Welcome to America's Day at the Races on FS2 for our Wednesday action from Churchill Downs and Horseshoe Indy. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf alongside Anthony Stabile as we get set for immediately coming up this opener here that will kick off the early Pick 5 at Churchill Downs.
How are you?
Doing well. Good to
be
here.
We got some fun races that we get to cover in the first half of the program today, sir.
Yes, we do.
Looking forward to the fourth race, that $8,000 clamor. A lot of old familiar faces and friends and a couple of new names. Really looking forward to that.
That one's wide open.
Clamor. Yeah.
First race, maybe you can narrow down. The public seems to be doing so. With Awesome Charge in here coming off a good effort at Keeneland with more on this first race. 15 maiden claiming 7/8 sprint. Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's good to have you guys with me as well, Wolfie and the Big A. Another beautiful day here in Louisville. I mean, every day I keep coming out here, I keep telling myself, keep soaking these days in because it's going to get cold here soon. But it's an absolute gorgeous day here. Fast, no turf racing today. We do have a turf race slated tomorrow. Greg, you're right. I mean, Awesome Charge in here is going to be tough to beat at 4-5 for Chris Hartman. You know, this horse was off the claim. He raised for 20 at Keeneland. Thought the horse ran a really, really good race at 26-1. 4-5 because this is a drop for 15. You look at the rest of these runners, there's really not much in here. If I was going to go back to somebody, if you're going to go price shopping a little bit, the 7 Kenrick, I thought had some decent races. That race 2 back, he ran against Beyblader, came back to win. That was a maiden 75. So this is the lowest this 3-year-old colt has ever been in on the dirt, at least for 15,000. I thought a horse that had a look here at 4-1. Interesting horse in here is the 2 Gus Gus. Tracy Wilkes and Ian Wilkes, the breeder, and Jamie Hernandez, Brian Hernandez's wife. They teamed up here to breed this son of Fort Larned, who they actually won the Breeders' Cup Classic together. Brian Hernandez, I was walking in. He said, I better be riding this one for my wife today at 3-1. You know what? Look very, very well on the racetrack. As I go back to you, Gregors, they're going in the gate.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Yeah, if you like the 8, maybe play a small ticket singling the 8, but I'm with Paulie if that horse gets beat. Gus Gus, the 2, back on dirt, or potentially the 7 Kenrick. Both interesting at 3-1 and 9-2 respectively.
I like Gus Gus a little bit in here, back to the main track for the first time since July of last year.
Travis Stone to kick off the card here at Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's Awesome Charge looking for the lead. Azuro Silvestre away well as well, but Awesome Charge was quickest early. They head up the chute and cross over. Awesome Charge joined at the rail by Azuro. Silvestre's back into third. Kenrick is on the move up to grab fourth. Locos Racing fifth. Scotch No Rocks down inside and up close sixth. Gus Gus is seventh, and Private Connie is at the back in eighth. It's a tight pack down the backstretch run. Awesome Charge goes head-to-head with Azuro, and Azuro has put a nose in front heading for the far turn. Awesome Charge is keeping pace, though. These two hit that far turn together, and the opening quarter in just 23-1. So it's Azuro in front as they round the turn. Awesome Charge right there pressing for the lead. 2 lengths back to Kenrick on the outside third. Scotch No Rocks toward the rail, under pressure, while fourth. Silvestre between them fifth. Locos in sixth. Gus Gus and Private Connie. Quarter pole. Azuro turning for home. Awesome Charge to the attack once again. Top of the lane. Azuro digs in. Azuro digs in and turns back Awesome Charge. Azuro is kicked clear by 2.5. Awesome Charge trying to get back in it. The rest with work to do, too much to do, in fact, to catch Azuro, who rambles home to win it by 2.5. Awesome Charge settles for second. Scotch No Rocks was third. Silvestre was fourth.
Azuro able to hold off the heavy favorite. Awesome Charge puts that one away in the stretch. Joe Rocco Jr. Michael Tomlinson owns and trains his 4-year-old.
You know, Greg, you're going to look at these the opening fractions, and you're going to see 22, 23-1, 46-2. Those are super slow times when you consider the run-up at Churchill Downs. And I'm just surprised that Joe Rocco Jr. and Azuro, a horse who had shown speed one time in his 10-race career, was on the front end in here. I think Mitchell Merle should have taken the fight to him a lot earlier. And I think you might have seen a different result because it looked like neither of them really wanted to pass. I don't think Azuro would have passed if Awesome Charge was in front, and vice versa. We found out Awesome Charge didn't want to pass Azuro. I probably would have ridden the favorite a little bit more confidently and a little bit more aggressively. Good job by Joe Rocco Jr. taking advantage of a paceless race and getting his horse out of his maiden ranks in start 11.
Only prior dirt start for Azuro. He didn't show a whole lot, but it was off a long layoff from January until October of this year. He moves way forward. Start number 2, 4-8-1-5 finish and an upset. 7-2, beating an even money favorite here to kick things off at Churchill Downs. This could be a very difficult card today.
Toadboard kind of gave you a little help there because Gus, the horse that you and I both mentioned, Paul mentioned, who was the second choice. This horse wound up going off close second choice with him off of one terrible race on the main track recently. Yeah, it was off 9 months, but it was not a very good effort. And he came back today, a complete tactic switch and a complete reversal of fortune.
Pick 4s for a lot of people going to be looking at after this result, which begins in the next race. Both of us, yeah. We'll have the prices coming up for you in a moment. The feature later today, part of that late Pick 5 sequence, race 8, 1-turn mile. It's an entry-level allowance. A lot of interesting faces showing up in this race, including Grantham, who the last time we saw him for Mike Maker was second, grade 2 Tampa Derby, and then he went to the bench.
Yeah, this is a horse who I think woke a lot of he kind of caught a lot of people's eyes with his second place finish back in the springtime, and we'll see now how he fares. I love, Greg, the 1-turn mile for these horses that look like they're kind of route horses where you don't have to give them a sprint first time back, where you're able to give them a little bit more meat on the bone as far as the distance goes and able to allow them to do something they're probably more comfortable doing. So I'm a big fan of 1-turn mile. Having grown up here in New York, the chutes at Belmont and Aqueduct, I'm more than accustomed to them. I love races like this, and I think they're really good races to bring horses like him back from because, again, sometimes it's unfair to bring a horse like him back in a sprint. And there are times where you don't want to go a mile in the 16th or a mile in the 8th around 2 turns. So these 1-turn mile races for a horse like Grantham are the perfect spots for the return.
4th in the Withers. First time he went 2 turns behind early voting. Of course, we're going to win the Preakness this year. Got to face a horse who's coming back to the biggest effort he ever ran for D. Wayne Lucas. Ben Diesel. He's taking over the training duties of this horse who was with Dallas Stewart, was on the Triple Crown Trail in the Midwest out at Oaklawn. He was 3rd in actually the Southwest behind Newgrange.
Yeah, one of his former pupils, Dallas Stewart. So the coach taking over, and you see Luis Saez. That's a name. I was with a couple of buddies the other night, and it was like, oh, Luis Saez is down there this week. I was like, nope, Luis Saez is down there for the meet. He's going to take advantage of the lucrative perk structure. Him and his agent, Kieran McLaughlin. And here's Ben Diesel. He's been good, and it's a fun feature. It's a fun feature down at Louisville today. We'll see how these horses come back from layoffs and if a horse like Ben Diesel can keep on the roll.
And you got a horse like Legionnaire, too. You see the second to Elite Power, Breeders' Cup Sprint winner.
Yep.
When he started that run, when he broke his maiden, now 5 wins in a row, and that huge performance on Championship Weekend. We're going to look back at a lot of these performances from Championship Weekend as well and tell you who's headed where. Next, Caravel sounds like coming back for another campaign.
Yeah, she's been remarkable. You see a race like her, and we got plenty of action still to come your way here on America's Day at the Races. When you think back of horses, now look, she's Caravel, she's a nice mare. You don't see horses really make comebacks though, right? And she's kind of had a renaissance this year. Breeders' Cup champion.
Got a little assist with the poor
She
break
did.
from Golden Pal, but
Hey,
still,
listen, she still
had
ran
to
a
earn
race.
it. Beat everybody else in that field. You saw that. What's ahead? That was presented by Claiborne Farm. You can play all the action with Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com, get signed up, started, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the Pick 4 we have next coming up at Churchill Downs.
Thankfully.
Azuro knocks quite a few people out of the Pick 5. Joe Rocco Jr., Michael Tomlinson, and this is start number 11 breaks through and gets that maiden win.
Yeah, good job again. I can't say enough good things. Preach it on this program, preach it on Talking Horses, preach it on social media. Aggression on the racetrack. Use your horse's speed. In this instance, nobody else did. The favorite looked like the horse that should have been in front. Mitchell Merle didn't put Awesome Charge in front. Joe Rocco Jr. was aggressive from an inside draw with a zero, and they get the job done at an Now it's weird for me to see the numbers at even numbers when they paid $960 instead of $963 or $967.
Yeah, bizarre.
Even $960 now. And $280. Look at that, $340.
Old school.
They're blowing my mind early in the program, Greg. Let's get some pennies on there, boys and girls.
About a $170 try with an even money favorite underneath.
Yeah, that's a nice. See, to me, that means Azuro was probably a little bit more live in the win pool than he was in the exotic wagers.
Sensational indeed. Flightline impressed once again. It's off to the breeding shed at Lane's End. We'll have more on Flightline when we come back.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage on this Wednesday card from Churchill Downs and Horseshoe Indy coming up later in the day. It's brought to you by NYRA where you can play it all. Go to NYRABets.com. You bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Expected going into this Breeders' Cup with really the big horse of the weekend, Flightline, and everyone, so much weight on this horse's shoulders to produce another just otherworldly performance like we saw in the Pacific Classic. Didn't quite get that, but we got close.
Yeah, speed figure of 121. What a shame. Excuse me. Allergies are kicking up today. Look, when you get into this game, right, you're a fan first. Most people are fans first. And a horse like him makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up if you're a fan of horse racing. There's nothing we can say anymore, right? It's the career's over. He's retired. And it's part of our job, I think, to I know a lot of people shy away from this, but to compare. You know, it's not just a great cigar lounge, bar lounge, water cooler debate. It's a lot of fun to compare the past to the present. To me, for me, and I've said this, I have the biggest East Coast bias you've ever seen in horse racing. That's the best horse I've ever seen. I didn't see Secretariat. I was 15 months old for Affirmed and Alidar. I was 3 months old for Seattle Slew. I was 3 for Spectacular Bid. So I can't talk about them in the moment. I was not cognizant of what was going on. I've seen video, and I won't go that far. But as far as I've seen, that's the best racehorse I've ever laid eyes on. I don't care that he ran 6 times. That doesn't bother me. The last 4 was a 4-race run that now, Greg, we can go back to some of the all-time greats. And yes, Spectacular Bid had them, but not a lot of them. Secretariat never had a 4-race run like this horse did. Secretariat never had a 4-race run like Arrogate did. Because at some point in that 4 races, there was an equine-like effort, not an otherworldly effort.
It's a horse that just no one could touch at any point in his career. Brief, but beyond brilliant. And this is a look at the margin of victory in those 6 starts where, I mean, from the outside, I think he was talked about, look, before he even set foot on a racetrack, that he was going to be special. Usually does not pan out. Start by start, though, those speed figures, they got better and better and better. And that Pacific Classic was a race that is going to be talked about for many years to come.
He got shut off leaving the starting gate of the Met Mile. First time in his life, he took some dirt in his face. He had to come from, I don't want to say considerably off the pace, but, he had to make up a couple of lengths. He inhaled Speaker's Corner, a Grade 1 winner, like he was tied to the 3/8 pole at Belmont Park, and just ran by him. The 6-length margin of victory in the Met Mile was his smallest margin of victory in his career. And I understand that, a lot goes into that. Horses don't do that. Horses don't win the Met Mile by 6 lengths, and it's the smallest margin of victory in their career after getting left at the starting gate.
And you saw what happened and what that did to going that quick in the Classic to Life is Good and where he wound up in that race. This horse continues on, blows that field out by more than 8 lengths. Let's get Paul LaDuca's reactions to what we saw with Flightline in the Classic, Paulie.
It's, I hate to take a phrase from Trevor Denman, but it was scintillating. It really was. I was able to be there. I'm kind of with Anthony here. I turned 50 in April. I'll be 51 again in April. And I was, 1 year old when Secretary. So I didn't get to see Secretary. The Spectacular Bid as well. Was a little bit too young for me. And, Greg, you made such a good point. No one's been able to touch this horse. And a lot of people, you go through social media outlets and you say, a lot of people are saying, well, you know what, he's never been tested. Well, you want to give a horse a 12-length start so they can test him? I mean, no one's been able to test him because no one can run with him. I thought was very interesting, too, as well as what Flavien Prat said. This horse could win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, the Breeders' Cup Mile, and then he could have won the Classic. He could just win at all distances. And for him, as a racehorse, he's the best I've seen as well with my own eye, just to make all the running. It's not like he's coming from behind. It's not like he's got great setup trips. And the other part of it, Anthony hit on. What he did to Speaker's Corner, he crumbled him. Speaker's Corner lost his heart, and since then has not run well. Poor Life is Good lost his heart in the last 1/8 of that mile in that game because it's like horses like this and that are this dominant, I think, are this physically imposing, somewhat equates to human athletes to me, Greg, that he's sort of like the Mike Singletary or the Lawrence Taylor looking over at you saying, you have no shot. And I think he did that to Speaker's Corner, and I think he did it to Life is Good. He just sort of rips the heart out of you, and he's one of those animals that I hope I'll never maybe see in the rest of my lifetime, and lucky enough to see that I did.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way. I mean, if you pick whatever sport you want and the absolute best there is in that sport, not even right now, maybe of all time. I mean, he's right there. No one has been able to touch him. And it's just it's tough to compare, and people are going to knock him for saying, oh, we only saw him 6 times, so we can't place him among the greats of all time. It's a different day and age now.
Are we supposed to hold it against him that he never got himself engaged in the in the stretch duel in the proverbial dogfight because he was just that much better than the horses. Look, those are fast early fractions to go a mile and a quarter. And I know they've adjusted the 3/4 time now.
Yeah, an outrider hit the line.
Yeah, so
Triggered it.
they've adjusted the 3/4 time, whatever the time is. To me, it's much harder on a horse when they are on the chase as opposed to cutting out the fractions. Now, yeah, he's going 2/5 of a second slower than the horse on the lead. But to do what he did, and I don't think people will realize this, Life is Good is an excellent racehorse. I don't throw the word great around, but he bordered on being a great racehorse. He was a good racehorse. He was a solid racehorse. He flicked him aside at the 5/16 pole like he was a 16-2 life claimer. And he just ran away from him. I agree and I disagree with Paul. Life is Good to me was never a 10 furlong horse. But I'll tell you what, having that big thing hounding him for the first mile of the Classic did not do him any justice at the 8th pole when he was looking to lay his head down and go to sleep somewhere. I'm sure if he wasn't hounded the whole way, maybe he'd held on for a bigger piece. The fact that he was 5th, he just took all the air out of him.
Yeah, we were lucky as race fans to get to see what we did at Flightline because, again, very brief career. We got to see him here in New York in the Met Mile. Feel lucky that we got to do that. And now it's off to the breeding shed. Can't even imagine. First of all, I can't wait to see his offspring. It's going to be fun. But what's that price going to be set at? Life is Good standing for
$100,000. Gunrunner just went private for the year. 170. I mean, I can't imagine you starting at less than 175. That would be somewhere at 200,000. I don't know.
Second at Churchill, it's the pick forward. Condition $30,000 claiming sprint, 6 furlongs. Look like the 3 and the 5, sort of between Edgy Angel here and Super Cat Lady. We'll talk more about it when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have the story of the ageless wonder, John Court, who we're going to see in the second coming up. I thought had a long shot look as well on Joy Enamorada. John Court still going strong into his 60s. Stay with us.
Standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting. And now standing a legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Race number 2, 6 furlong sprint.
Phillies mares 3 and up who have never won 3 or who are 3-year-olds in this spot. The 3, the 5, it looks like it goes between those 2, but I mentioned the 4. Maybe an outside look is a long shot, getting a little bit of money right now, 9-1. The rider on board, that would be John Court. He is living proof that age is just a number. He began riding back when Airplane was released in theaters. That was all the way back in 1980. Now 42 years and over 4,000 wins later, Court is proving there is no age limit on having fun and winning races in the process. John Court is a 61-year-old jockey.
Right, I'm very fortunate that I pursued a childhood dream and that I'm still living it at this late stage in my career.
Those in the game aren't the least bit surprised he's still riding in his 60s.
It is Loveness in front.
John's been the man for a long time. That's my homeboy.
But I'm very fortunate and blessed, I would have to say, that I can to do it. My body's still functioning, my mind's sharp enough. I still have the skills as if I was still young. And I feel remarkably well for 61.
Last December, Court became just the 5th rider to win 700 career races at Oaklawn.
So it was very exciting. It was just something that was overhanging me, and I was ready to get it done and move on.
Here comes Unbridled Twister to take over the lead.
When we turned for home, I felt like I had a fresh horse underneath me.
Bridled Twister and John Court are well in front.
I felt pretty confident then that it would be the 700. I rode her on in with confidence.
Unbridled Twister in front. 61-year-old John Court wins 700 races here at Oaklawn.
Court won his first race at Oaklawn in 1981 and was leading rider in 2000. But his most thrilling moments occurred in the racetrack's signature race, the Arkansas Derby, when Court won consecutive runnings in 2010 and 2011.
And it is Arch, heavy to hold off Nero at the wire. Arch, the winner of the Arkansas Derby by a head.
It was a very exciting moment in my life as well as my career. And here in Arkansas, it's always been a dream to win the Arkansas Derby.
As far as retirement goes, Court feels it's something others think about more than he does.
It's kind of up in the air when I'm going to take off the white pants, so to speak, but it comes up quite often in conversations, and it's only in my mind because people are constantly reminding me, which is fine. I actually am enjoying it and having fun with it in this stage of my life. I often think about it and pray about it, and just going to continue not to worry about it.
Still doing it at a very high level. We saw him win the Oaklawn Handicap last season, I should say, out in Hot Springs, and we're going to see him coming up here in the 4 in a moment. Here is Canary Adam Beschizza for Kelsey Danner.
Drops down from 50 to 30 for the second start at Churchill Downs. We'll see if the cut back to a 6-furlong distance where she is 2 for 3 helps the cause.
Speed with Bourbon with Ginger.
You said it, Greg. Speed, another one cutting back. I'm thinking the cutback's going to help her. She got beaten her debut at Churchill.
9-5 second choice, Edgy Angel, who just missed for condition 30 at Keeneland.
She came from the moon going 7/8 at Keeneland last time out and just missed by a half length. She's going to need a little pace help in here, and she gets 1 less furlong.
Last time Joy and Amorata, John Court's mount, went turf to dirt, she won.
Yeah, Connections got to hope that the former Connections kind of gave him the playbook for this. She comes in off of some well-beaten effort since being claimed from a high-profile barn. We'll see if this barn can get their first win of the season.
I'm with the public, though. I thought Super Cat Lady was going to be tough. She's the even money favorite right now off that win at Churchill.
So tough to run through the condition claiming ranks, Greg. This filly just got out of the 2 lifetime ranks after a half a dozen tries. She did it at Churchill Downs, where she has her 2 career wins. That's a short price, but she figures to be a little bit closer than the 3 Edgy Angel.
Let's head to Paulie for more.
Yeah, Greg, I think you make a good point on the 5 in here. I think she's 6-5 in part, not because of the field, but both of her wins here are at Churchill Downs. I think that's a big key. When you go to the other runner in here, Edgy Angel, I think she's the other mare in here, or at least can win this race. If they're hooked, they get hooked up in the speed duel. Giovanni Franco has shown that he's It's crazy. This horse actually showed speed first time when Giovanni in the irons, going long on the turf. Then they went on the cutback. Actually, they went 21-4 that day. This horse broke very, very sharply. Giovanni took back, and then they came rolling home. And same time as last time, but the horse actually got bumped out of the gate last time. So it was a little bit more by design. 2 starts back, and I wonder now Giovanni, knowing him, he can stay a little bit closer. And you know, in these 5 horse races, sometimes I hate to try to play the pace because when they bunch up like this, the horse with the best kick usually kicks home and wins the race. I thought Super Cat Lady was going to be tough. Michael Tomlinson looking for the double. I will say this, Bourbon with Ginger, Luis Machado is a rider that a lot of people don't know about. He won the marathon race on Breeders' Cup Saturday or Friday, if I don't know when it was. Gate to wire, he can flat out ride. They all come out of the She's of Gold, this ice race, who ran second on Breeders' Cup weekend. So I thought this was very tough. I will give the edge to the 5, but I would not take anything away at all from this 2 in here. Bourbon with Ginger would be my long shot, little, and 9-2 being a long shot in a 5-horse field.
And we'll see if the 4, John Kortsmount, engages here with the 2. Those are the 2 speeds of this race. And with a 5, just this horse has tactically the ability to be closer than the 3 early.
Yeah. Edgy Angel just doesn't have any speed. That's why I guess you would give the edge to Super Cat Lady. I like Bourbon with Ginger to take him gate to wire.
Travis Stone the call. Here's the start of the pick 4.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Joy and Emirata, Super Cat Lady, Bourbon with Ginger, and down inside, it's Canary. The 4 of them looking for the lead. Edgy Angel backs out to track from 5th early. So down the backstretch, here's Canary, and Canary comes on through to take an arrow lead. Joy and Emirata is right there second, and Super Cat Lady looms on the outside, 3 wide third. Bourbon with Ginger tucked in behind in 4th, and now it's 6 or 7 back to Edgy Angel, out-sprinted in the early going. And that opening quarter was swift, 22-1, far turn. Super Cat Lady moves up on the outside of Canary, and these 2 round the far turn together. Bourbon with Ginger comes off the rail from 3rd. Joy and Emirata's losing ground 4th. Edgy Angel's on the move from 5th. They come for the top of the stretch. Super Cat Lady comes on to take the lead off the turn and opens up. Super Cat Lady length and a half. Bourbon with Ginger's putting in a run. Here comes Bourbon with Ginger. Super Cat Lady has to dig in. And Edgy Angel's on the scene late. Final 16th coming. Super Cat Lady, tenuous lead. Here comes Edgy Angel down the center. Edgy Angel to the front. Upset winner, Edgy Angel running down Super Cat Lady. Bourbon with Ginger was 3rd and Canary was 4th.
Giovanni Franco for trainer Barry King off the pace. Edgy Angel with the win as the second choice.
This was a really good ride, Greg. You know, the other 4 runners in here were lined up across the track going down the backside, and Giovanni Franco never panicked. He never got his mare to engage early. He let her settle. After watching the opener, I would have to think it was in his mind, well, you know, maybe you want to have a little speed today. But the profile of this track has been to be patient and get to the center of the track the last few racing days. And he did a good job not panicking with Edgy Angel and getting the job done here as the 2-1 second choice.
Super Cat Lady wins that battle with Bourbon with Ginger, but loses the war in the end to Edgy Angel. 3rd win, 21 career starts for this 5-year-old mare by Competitive Edge at 2-1, and you beat an even money favorite.
Nice start to the pick 5. If you're alive, 7-2, you beat a favorite, a prohibitive favorite. 2-1, you beat an even money favorite.
It matters. Just keep beating favorites and pick 5s. They pay.
Yep.
3-5-2-1 here in the second from Churchill. Edgy Angel from off the pace. A rare win here. 3rd time in 21 career tries. We're going to talk Tyler Gaffalione when we return. Huge weight off his shoulders after championship weekend. A lot to celebrate for Tyler. We'll have his story when we come back.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much looks the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1 mile race, so ideally we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1 mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for spending part of your Wednesday afternoon with us here on FS2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Edgy Angel from off the pace with the win. Giovanni Franco for trainer Barry King.
Yeah, nice effort. Nice effort from Edgy Angel. And, you know, it just goes to show you at something, if you are tuning in for the first time today, or if you are a regular viewer, thank you. The jump in class from the 2 life to the 3 life, so tough to get through those conditions. It's almost like when a maiden wins and then they have to go through the allowance conditions. Super Cat Lady had the jump on Edgy Angel, and it looked like she was going to be able to hold off Bourbonwood Ginger at bay, but Edgy Angel took advantage of, at some point, the other 4 runners in this race trying to get a piece of the front end, get the job done at 6/5. Another even number, Greg.
How about that?
I don't know if I like this. Oh, good. The exacta paid $9.92. I feel better.
$6.50 for the win. 352. As we start off another pick 4 here in the third. 6 furlongs, 50,000 claiming race for horses who have not won 2 lifetime. 4 is out in here, who would have been part of the pace. Dallas Volunteer taking money, has his big job of the 2 right now. Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard there. Tyler Gaffleone, he seemed destined to become a jockey, a third-generation rider. He used to ride the armchair of his couch in hopes of one day following in the footsteps of his father. After an Eclipse Award as the nation's top apprentice, he has developed into one of the very best at his profession. Here's Lafitte Pinkai with more.
love the horse. I love being around them. They have a calming sense to them.
Tyler Gaffalione pretty much knew he wanted to be a jockey before he could spell his name.
No, just the way that set up early.
Tyler Gaffalione. I remember 3rd grade, I think I finally perfected it. I used to get a couple of the letters mixed up.
Tyler felt he was destined to become a 3rd-generation jockey, following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather.
I remember my first pony when I was 5, I believe, was Chipper Jones. I named him after my favorite baseball player, and he didn't really like me, but we developed a relationship after a while, and he taught me a few lessons, but I need to learn them. I was born in '94, and I think he rode maybe a year or 2 after that, and I think he called it quits. He got in a pretty bad spill at Delaware. He taught me everything I know. He used to spend hours with me on my equicizer. I'd ride a few pretend races during the day, and at the end of the day, I'd, Dad, come see what I learned today, come see what I worked on, and he was just so supportive of me. Never pushed me to do anything I didn't want to do, just supported me, and just gave me all the love in the world.
Gaffalione established himself early on as a top jockey in Florida. However, it would be aboard War of Will in the 2019 Triple Crown that would put Tyler on the map nationally.
Tyler Gaffalione has War of Will 4th at the rail and 4 lengths off the lead. A similar trip to the Kentucky Derby, right behind the pacemaker.
Just a pure happiness. He's a very special horse to me in my career. He taught me a lot, not only about this game, but about myself. Even to this day, I still get chills watching the race. It doesn't even seem real.
But it's War of Will coming down to the 16th pole in front. In front by 2 lengths late. A late charge from Longshot Everfast on the inside 2, but nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
The Spa is one of Tyler's favorite places. It had extra meeting in 2022. He got married in Saratoga 2 days before the meet started.
We decided to do it up at Saratoga. Most of our families from up there. They were born and raised, went to school there, and it just makes it easier for everybody traveling, and we're going to be there for the meet anyway. So it's a very exciting year for us. We're thrilled.
Number 6 is Got Stormy, the rider, Tyler Gaffalione.
I enjoy what I do. I love coming to work every day, and anything can happen no matter what you do, so you just got to enjoy life and make the most of it.
He is one of the best in the business, and this was huge for him. He came into championship weekend until that win with Wonder Wheel, 0 for 35 in Breeders' Cup races. Finally breaking through, good for him with Mark Casse in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
This is a fantastic ride. This filly won going gate to wire in the Darley Alcibiades in her prior start, same trip at Keeneland. This time, I believe she was 10th or 11th early, Greg?
11th, yeah.
She
didn't break sharp.
No, and she was able to, under a brilliant ride by Tyler Gaffalione, make her way through the field. He's fired up, as he should be. Make her way through that pack, and it was a big pack of really, really nice juvenile fillies, and get the job done, drawing away. I'd like to see that versatility not only from filly, but from the rider. And Tyler's good on the front end. He showed it the next day. He knows how to win one on the front end as well as being able to guide a filly through the pack. And, from a horse that made a lot of sense in Wonder Wheel, who was somewhere in that 4, 5, 6 to 1 wheelhouse, to this is not a wheelhouse. This is a fastball in the eyes that you just get lucky and swing and hit it out of the park.
Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, bad break. It was one of the big stories for Golden Pal. She ran so good, though. She was training huge coming up to it, according to Brad Cox. Even if he did break sharp, she would have been tough anyway. Runs the biggest figure of her career, Caravel.
You have to leave the room. John Velasquez used to say this to me all the time, the Hall of Famer, one of the 10 greatest riders I've ever seen. You leave the room with plan A through plan Z. You can't leave the jock's room if you're going to ride Caravel, assuming Golden Pal is not going to break and be on the lead. You can secretly and quietly hope that that's what happens, but you cannot just assume that. But you need to be prepared for it if it happens. And Tyler was prepared. And again, it shows you what happens when a rider uses a horse's speed, when there's aggression. She broke. He let her roll coming out of there. Golden Pal did not break. Now she finds herself on a loose lead at a place she's had some success. Good things happen. Back-to-back wins. For a guy that was over 35 going into the weekend, he wins one on Friday, and he wins one on Saturday.
Good for Tyler Gaffalione. Now, I know a guy that Paul Lo Duca has followed quite a bit throughout his career, and you were high on very early on in his career when he had that win in the Preakness with War of Will.
Yeah, and I think he's just evolved, Greg. You know, he's been a guy that, you know, can take a horse gate to wire on the dirt course and then go to the turf and be an elite turf rider. You know, the ride on Wonder Wheel I thought was sensational because, like Anthony said, sometimes you just got to go to Plan Z, and I think that was Plan Z. And, you know, he's got a very good pulse on his horses. Whenever I talk to him or interview him, very good interview, knows what he's getting on, wakes up in the morning, does his job, newly happily married. He's just got his head in the right place as we speak. And you know what? When you start looking at him now, I think a lot of the other trainers around the world are starting to think to themselves, okay, if I need a rider in a crucial situation, I can go to Tyler Gaffalione. And I think the other aspect a lot of people don't realize about Tyler, he's got a little Kobe Bean Bryant, may he rest in peace, in him. Tyler's not afraid to step on your neck. As you saw with Sonny Leon, he laughed in Sonny Leon's face when Rich Strike tried to go by him, and that got a little hairy towards the end of that race. He likes to talk, you know what, a little trash. Reminds me a little bit of Luka Doncic if I'm going to compare him to somebody. I don't know if he's as good as Luka, because Luka's probably the best player in the NBA besides Giannis Antetokounmpo as we speak right now. But Tyler is not afraid to tell you how it goes. Gives you that big little smile on camera, but he's also laughing you on the racetrack. He's got a lot. What I would call confidence, cockiness when he gets on a racehorse, and confidence to put the horse in the right place, to win, and that's what he's evolved into. I say this time and time again, those extra years he stayed at Gulfstream Park, and people kept on saying, oh, he's just piling on wins and wins. Those wins and wins led to confidence and more confidence.
In addition to honing your craft, but it never hurts to build that confidence and visit the winner's circle and get your picture taken. He's taken some big strides over the last few years.
I used to be very critical of Tyler Gaffalione. And one day in Saratoga, he walked up to me and he just said, what's your problem with me? And I was just like, you make the same mistakes too many times. Don't learn. And he got better and learned. And he doesn't make mistakes. You know, I'm going to give him a compliment that, to me, as a 45-year-old racing fan, he has a lot of Jerry Bailey in him. And that's not that's something that's kind of like going to my mountain. If I start comparing riders to Jerry Bailey, he's smart, and he puts horses in the right spot. And Paul brought up a good point. Both wins in the Breeders' Cup this weekend, they could not have been by design. The Wonder Wheel, the break, and getting shuffled all the way back, that was not the plan. Caravel getting loose on the lead, that was not the plan. But he was mentally prepared for both of those situations and was able to turn, lemons into lemonade. In both, one time, affecting him directly, another time getting him a little boost. He was able to take advantage. He was able to turn bad into good and take advantage of another situation.
That's what a world-class rider does.
That's what they do. They learn from the mistakes.
He's going to be on Big Java coming up, who right now is the 8-5 favorite here in race number 3. Again, it kicks off Pick 4 here in this non-winners of 2 6-furlong sprint. There's Big Java, second off the claim from Mike Lauer. Tyler was aboard last start, just missed. Can he get one better today on this filly?
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree. With progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple six-figure yearling sales, Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My name is Walker Hancock, and I'm the president of Claiborne Farm. I'm here with University of Kentucky quarterback Will Levis. And Will, we did a deal recently, didn't we?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Made some headlines too, and got some attention to both your farm and just the horse racing industry in general. And it's been really cool to be a part of.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common: speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower.
That's right. So Will, War of Will, we stay in War of Will at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. He's in his second year. His first falls are just now hitting the ground, and we love what we've seen so far. And we enlisted Will's help to help us spread the good news.
Yeah, so we were looking for just opportunities, me and my group here in Kentucky, to make some money with these new name, image, and likeness deals that were recently passed. And we wanted to do things that were unique and things that stuck out and things that just made sense. And one of the first things that we thought of was to connect with a horse breeding farm. And when going through the stallion catalog, the name War of Will came up, and we thought, pretty perfect. And we got in contact with Walker, and here we are now with this relationship, and it's already brought a lot of attention to, like I said before, both Claiborne Farm and Walker and his family and his farm, but just the Kentucky sports and horse industry as well.
Yeah, it was great for a horse racing article and news to go viral in a positive manner, and we thank Will and his team for having the foresight to reach out to us and us, I guess, taking a leap of faith. I mean, we didn't really know what to expect, but thus far it's been awesome, the response we've gotten. I think the tweet just got over like 500,000 impressions, and everyone's asked me about it, from people at Keeneland to people on the corner deli to everywhere, so everyone at least have seen it.
Yeah, a lot of people I've bumped into, people who don't even know anything about horses in general, have been intrigued by it and want to know all about it. So that's been really cool to not only tell people about the deal, but also to give them a little bit of education on Kentucky and just how important horses are to the state and to us.
Yeah, only at the University of Kentucky can you probably partner with a thoroughbred stallion. So we're really thankful for Will and his team, and it's been great so far.
It's been great.
Our program, it's brought to you each and every day in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. And as we get set for race 3 here coming up, this non-winner's the 2 lifetime sprint at 6 furlongs. And we're going to see 4 Dawn to kick things off in the post parade. 4 Dawn, some speed down from that inside post, and back-to-back runner-up finishes.
Yeah, looking for our first win at both the distance and Churchill Downs. We'll see if Gerardo Corrales can put her on the front end from that rail draw.
Still riding high after 2 victories on championship weekend. We just showed you the piece on Tyler Gaffalione. Here he is on Big Java.
Second place finish in the last 2 tries for a tag. Only other attempt at a claiming race was in the maiden win back in February at Oaklawn.
8-5 favorite. Arkansas bred. We'll see next story. Won first time out at Oaklawn back in February. Has been off since June of this year.
Yeah, she's went the wrong way since that maiden special weight win against older horses in February. That's a big ask for a 3-year-old. She has not run well since.
Big effort in a maiden win, but it was at Belterra. Will that form translate here to Churchill?
Yeah, for Spare a Dime, the number 5, who comes in. You know, I like these horses coming in from Belterra. Greg, cutting down from the maiden special weight back in for the tag. She debuted at Churchill for $75,000 back in July.
And Dallas Volunteer, Chris Hartman, first off the claim. Blinkers gone.
Yeah, overall numbers, 25% first off the claim for the barn. Blinkers, first-time blinkers, 3 for 9. Blinkers on, 5 for 12. A lot of things to like, except that 9 to 5 price.
3 minutes to post here in a race that kicks off a pick 4. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, we got some 3-year-old fillies here in a 59-2, and I thought it was kind of a tricky race in here. When you have the 2 Big Java for Michael and Penny Lauer, they're very good in the claiming game, and they claimed this filly by Exaggerator last time out. I thought she ran very, very well at Keeneland, sort of sucked up on the pace. You know, the other filly on the outside of her was Dallas Volunteer. Now, she got claimed out of that race into the Chris Hartman barn, and she's a 6 here today. And I was kind of thinking that she would be the favorite. Chris Hartman's so dominant off the claim. He's 25% with a 97 horse sample. And I thought, okay, Big Java ran a good race last time. It might have been her career top if you want to go numbers wise. It was right there. She might jump through her number, but I just thought, that the 6 would be a little bit heavier favorite than the 2, and it's starting to go that way. Right now, they're both 8 to 5. The other horse in here is the 5, Spare a Dime. And, at least I've been guilty of it so far. And in the last meet where we've kind of left these Belterra horses off our tickets or really don't really know what to do. But when I see a horse that, Tommy Drury claims, a filly by Mastery that won by 7 1/4, I think Anthony makes a great point. And I think Anthony and I were on together last week. It was a similar type of horse. It was a Belterra horse that they placed in the right spot. And, this is only a 5-horse field. And Spare a Dime, I don't see why not to come right back at 3 to 1. I do think the 6 is a better proposition than the 2. But then I think the 6 is going to end up here at about even money here pretty soon. So Spare a Dime, back-to-back for Tommy Drury, 3 to 1. I thought looked okay on the racetrack, and maybe that 7 1/4 win gives her a lot of confidence. But I do think they're going to have to beat Dallas Volunteer. Chris Hartman is just deadly off the claim.
Well, it's a rematch. Dallas Volunteer finished just behind Big Java when they met back on October the 29th at Keeneland. We're going to show you that race right now.
Yeah, Big Java and Dallas Volunteer. This is just about 11 days ago, Greg. So quick turnaround for both Big Java and Dallas Volunteer, the 2 favorites in here. Something else I think you could maybe take advantage of a bit. And Big Java going to be able to just stave off Dallas Volunteer by a long neck. They both came from off the pace that day. Big Java a little closer. Blinkers go on. Dallas Volunteer today. I think you have to give the edge a little bit to Dallas Volunteer just because she's making some adjustments, namely those blinkers, namely the trainer change to Chris Hartman off the claim. I don't love the quick turnaround for either filly, but I would side with the one who's getting the changes in the number 6 Dallas Volunteer. I like Spare a Dime. Paul's right. I like his name too. I like her name too, Spare a Dime. A Depression era statement about the formerly rich and people that kind of fell from grace a little bit, asking for some money to survive. Brother, can you spare a dime?
And, figure-wise, too, she has the best figure of anybody in this field. It's not even close, but it came at Belterra. And, it's an interesting point. Like, Paul's guilty of it. We're all guilty of it. But we do see Belterra horses come and win here. You like the fact, too, that she's lightly raced, so there's upside. And obviously, Tom Drury Jr., very, very good trainer.
Sharp barn. Yeah, you take advantage of going up there. Truth be told, winning the special weight up there is probably easier than winning a 50 or a 75 claimer at Churchill. And it's a free pass. Right? Because she was making a start off of a 3.5-month layoff. She jumped her speed figure 36 points. It's a long way. Now, you're running her for 50 today. Is anybody going to take her for 50? Probably not. 3-year-old turning 4 in 7 weeks. You know, she kind of loses her friends running in these races that are loaded still with 3-year-olds. This race is actually carded as a 3-and-up race, and it's only 3-year-olds. That's quite fortunate for all the connections in here, because it's very rare you see a conditioned claiming race that is exclusively 3-year-olds. But she's going to have to face older horses in 7 weeks. So are they going to claim her? No. You know, you kind of got the base on balls last time. She's eligible for some starters after this. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that big of a drop.
I thought there was a lot to like with her. We should say with the 4 out, it's changed the race quite a bit. The 1 could be loose and out of here. One way or another, the 3 actually did show speed. First 2 starts of her career, she really is not. I mean, she's coming out of some quick races, so maybe unfair to say she hasn't shown it since. She looks like the only one that maybe can go with a 1.
Yeah, she's going to have to show some. Listen, 4 Dawn has had a lot of experience in here. She has an experience edge over the entire field. If she gets in front, dropping back down, she could be tough. But she's 0 for the distance and the track. I would imagine that one way or another puts a little pressure on her.
Pick 4 begins here in this 3rd from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Sparadime bounces out on top. Here comes One Way or Another to split horses and come on through. And 4 Dawn is keeping pace at the rail. These two go on with it now. 4 Dawn sent up the inside to engage One Way or Another. And they are head-to-head in a spirited way. 2.5 lengths back. Sparadime broke on top, but is back into 3rd. Big Java toward the rail, 4th, and Dallas Volunteer, the trailer in 5th. They tear through that quarter in 21 and 3. Speed Duel up top, One Way or Another back in front. 4 Dawn keeping pace. They round the far turn together with Sparadime just 2 lengths back, waiting while 3rd. Another 3 from there to Dallas Volunteer. Big Job is the trailer at the rail. They come for the top of the stretch. One Way or Another, trying to get away from 4 Dawn. They head for home together. One Way or Another on the outside. 4 Dawn fights back toward the rail. They're still head-and-head for long to go. Sparadime is 3rd. Big Java's 4th. Down to the final 16th. A protracted battle. 4 Dawn and One Way or Another. One Way or Another and 4 Dawn. Inseparable to the wire. 4 Dawn grabs the upper hand late and wins. 4 Dawn, a determined winner over a gutsy One Way or Another. Sparadime was 3rd and Big Java was 4th.
Looking early on like this race could not have set up any more perfect for Sparadime with the 1, the 3 battling out on the front end. They battle all the way to the wire, and it looks like 4 Dawn gets the win.
4 Dawn and One Way or Another really went at it for the entire 3/4 of a mile of the 3rd race at Churchill Downs today. Rail re-rally for 4 Dawn, who 1 for 15 coming in. Going to get her 2nd career victory by a long, long neck under Dorado Corrales, who did not give up. Gennaro Garcia Barn having a good start to the fall meet at Churchill Downs. Just got his 3rd win in 6 tries. Yeah, nice effort today. Like you said, though, I had Sparadime. I was licking my chops the 3/8 pole, thinking they got to come back. They got to come back. They did not come back, Greg. In fact, they opened up on them.
Yeah, 4-1, 8-1. It goes to 4 Dawn, who wins for just the 2nd time in 16 career starts. Courageous effort here in this race-long battle to put that one away. So 1-3, 5-2. Here in the 3rd from Churchill. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have these prices for you when we come back, and we'll get into the card at Horseshoe Indy as well. They're going to begin with a state-bred maiden special weight 2-turn mile. We will set that up for you when we come back here on America's Day at the Races. Stick with us. FS2 coverage begins right after this.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Another Big Four underway. One of the Twin Spires here at Churchill Downs for Dawn. This was a courageous effort, battling one way or another all the way around the racetrack on the front end and able to finish.
And as we make our way through the early pick 5 sequence, this horse is the longest price of the sequence so far at 4-1. Second longest shot on the board in the 5-horse field, and it shows you just how it doesn't necessarily matter what they pay. It's in context of the race, right, Rick? So far you don't have a horse that's paid more than $10 and change, and this has been a pretty tough sequence to navigate through. Nice effort here from For Dawn, who was clearly the most seasoned of the group, and you got almost 9-2 on her, 2 pennies shy of 9-2,
and just shy of $100 pick 3. Which is usually telling for the pick 5, so It's setting up to be nice. Just keep beating favorites if you're alive, rooting you home these last couple of legs. Both of these last 2 legs are not easy. We'll get into the 4th in a moment. Go to Horseshoe Indy right now. They're going to begin with a state-bred maiden special weight here. Everyone trying to get that first win of their career, 2-turn mile in this first race on the card. And here's the 1, Prince Midas, blinkers on.
The blinkers go on. See if the blinkers give this horse the right touch today after a couple of races where he was beaten a combined 58 1/4 lengths.
Rider change, Gage Holmes on the 2, Shad, who's had 6 starts and has never made an impact.
Never come close to making an impact. You better hope the rider change is a big one.
5 consecutive runner-up finishes for Prince Shim.
Yeah, those seconds starting to add up. 0 for 12 in his career. Figures to be on the front end again.
This horse was 5 lengths behind Prince Shim last start.
Yeah, this is Hitchpin, who, since the blinkers have gone on, he's improved a little bit, but he still needs to get over the top.
Joshua Morales on the 5.
Another horse beaten a long way in his first dirt race last time after running okay on the turf on debut.
Very distant second for Tap Tap coming through. That was sprinting last start.
Yeah, cutting back. Now he stretches back out. I don't know if this horse wants more distance or maybe needs a little class relief.
And Golden Rapper is going to stretch back out after 4 consecutive sprints.
Yeah, just 1 2-turn try. You know, the 2-turn race, Greg, just in the third start of his career wasn't that bad. He'll be forward on the Marcelino Pedrosa.
Yeah, it was the stretch out was in a race in which Hitchpin was second. Hitchpin the 4 at 4-1. It's the 8 on the outside, the 9 to 5. Well, make it 2-1. Killer Hot Rod coming out of a couple of stakes.
You don't see horses go from 67-1 to 2-1 often, but that's the case here. A couple of restricted stakes, 1 restricted, 1 state-bred stakes try by General A-Rod. See what he does. You know, I would imagine that Eduardo Perez is a little closer with him today as well.
Post time coming up for the first here at Horseshoe Indy. Middle pick 4. Never hurts you to get a reminder in. It's new at the Big A when we get back to action.
Third race tomorrow. Maybe we'll put a ticket up for that tomorrow.
So post time coming up for this opener. Horseshoe Indy, 9-5 favorite to 3. Prince Shim. It is tough to back a horse who's 6 seconds in 12 career starts at that price.
Yeah, you know, this horse, once you get to 10, I cannot it's in my contract that once they get to 0 for 10, I can't pick them. I never say never, much like Justin Bieber. I will never say never. But it's just so hard to take horses. And, you know, there's so many other maidens in here that look a lot like him. This is a fun promo to take advantage
quick
of
reminder,
today.
$20 bonus in your account just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet 50 at Churchill and Horseshoe Indy today. You'll get that $20 bonus whether you win or lose. You do have to opt in. So keep that in mind when you go to NairaBets.com.
Yeah, I like a little bit of a price in here. As you see the jocks off the number 2, Shad. Gage Holmes, who's pinch hitting for Mr. Rivera.
All right, so who is it?
Here. I thought Hitchpin was one who, you know, our colleague Andy certainly makes fun of me all the time thinking there's going to be paces in races. But with Golden Rapper, the number 7, stretching back out, with a horse like Prince Shimon here, I think Hitchpin has a chance to get a pace to develop in front of him that he has not seen yet. He saw it on the turf, and he just got beat a few lengths. I think if he gets a little pace in front of him, Joey Ramos was one of the leading riders on the circuit. He's one of my favorite riders over at Horseshoe Indy. I think Hitchpin might get himself in the right kind of trip today. I'm going to try him, and he's a square enough price at 7-2. He was just 9-2. He's taking a little money.
Meanwhile, what do you think about Killer Hot Rod at this short a number? Yes, coming out of a couple of state-bred and restricted stakes race, but horse has been in this company several times prior. No, a second beat a neck, second beat a length, but figures-wise, doesn't tower over a lot of these.
No, and he's got to deal with the outside draw. And again, you'd imagine that Eduardo Perez is going to try to leave for a little position coming out. There is not a big run to the first turn, Greg.
Yeah, it's almost immediate.
It hits you right in the face. So I would rather be drawn inside. I mean, and that's what a horse like Hitchpin, again, he's got, let's say you flip post positions in here. If Killer Hot Rod was the 4 and Hitchpin was the 8, I don't know if I would flip their chances in my mind, but it would be a whole lot closer. I just think Hitchpin between the draw and the pace in front of him is going to work out the right kind of trip in here.
Opener from this Horseshoe Indy card. It's Brian Aragoni calling the action today as we get set. Here we go.
The gray Tap Tap coming through. 2 back, Hitchpin and Killer Hot Rod, favored at 7-5 on the outside.
Hey, just show him the buggy whip from down
down below, he'll go in.
Movement, Prince Shim, restless. Away and running. The gray tap coming through. Missed the break by 5 as Prince Shim goes right to the lead, but it's a contested pace up front. Sakic going to be contesting that one from 2-path, and Golden Rapper with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. just a length and a half off of Prince Shim. Back and forth comes your favorite Killer Hot Rod, 4 lengths off the loose leader in Hitch Pin. Then comes Tap coming through after that slow break, about 6 off of it. Back in 7th is Shad, and number 1 Prince Midas. Can see them all at 34-1. A well-strung outfield through an opening quarter in 24.56 as Prince Shim and Sammy Bermudez calling the shots clear of Golden Rapper at 6-1. After that comes your even money shot and Killer Hot Rod. Now looking to move up on the rail is Sakic along with Hitch Pin as they travel in tandem. Tap coming through, sitting in 6th at this point, and still nothing from Prince Midas and Shad as they are well out of it at this point. The half mile in 48-3. Prince Shim under a tight hold from Sammy Bermudez. Golden Rapper senses the warning call, and Marcelino Pedroza Jr. is looking to get on even terms with Prince Shim as Killer Hot Rod in the 3-path in tightly as Hitch Pin along with Sakic down on the inside. Hitch Pin looking for room. Hitch Pin still looking for room. All bottled up. Now, if good enough, he's got space. Golden Rapper attacks Prince Shim, who's leaning on the rail. Prince Shim all done. Here comes Killer Hot Rod in the 4-path, along with Golden Rapper. We're set for a duel in the opener. Hitch Pin in between horses. Hitch Pin and Killer Hot Rod. Hitch Pin from in between, it looked like, but a photo to settle it in the opener.
Hitch Pin, Killer Hot Rod photo finish here in the opener at Horseshoe Indy. Prince Shim backs up here after those 6 seconds and 12 starts.
I went to the right-handed stick here trying to get Joey Ramos and Hitch Pin between horses. Good effort from Golden Rapper, who did some dirty work chasing outside Killer Hot Rod. Let's see if Hitch Pin. We start the day off right at Horseshoe Indy in the Hoosier State, Greg. In, middle, out, middle. That's close. You know, where the mirror is, I think Killer Hot Rod got his nose down. The mirror is after the wire. This is a great angle at Horseshoe Indy. That's close. I might be able to eke this out. Yeah, outside.
Being told it was Killer Hot Rod who got it just barely. Coming out of those back-to-back stakes races. One more look here. So the horse on the outside getting that nose down at the right time.
Hitch Pin just kind of was bottled up for way too long. You know, these horses that are maidens, they make 5, 6, 7 starts. Prince Shim in his 13th start today. Everything's got to kind of go right at this point. And Killer Hot Rod just had the run of the race, being clear of the traffic and outside of horses, and he's able to get his schnoz down on the line.
Killer Hot Rod, 11th start, and needed every step of that mile to get that victory in a good stretch duel to kick off the card. Dad, son, teaming up. Winningest trainer in North American history. Going to be employing his son Keith to ride for him coming up. We'll see in the 4th race at Churchill Downs on Forever Mo. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Oscar knows basketball. Oscar knows Kentucky fans are crazy. Oscar knows God is great.
Life is Good now moves down to the inside, and they're coming for the finish. It is Life is Good still in front. Life is Good is the winner.
Oscar knows life is good.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December. When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times. If I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKinsey. As Street Sense's best son, McKinsey is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 mile and 1/8. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKinsey is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable. So we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. You know, I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything. So we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runner's debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Kirakante's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Kirakante's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away. 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gunrunner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on this Wednesday afternoon card. Under those iconic twin spires, we have the 4th from Churchill Downs coming up. That's going to kick off the Derby City 6. We're underway at Horseshoe Indy. We'll have those prices from the opener coming up. And this 4th race, 6 furlongs, $8,000 claiming race, one of the most competitive wagering races on this card.
Yeah, this was the race I was looking most forward to today, Greg. I love all these old hard-knocking bottom-level claimers. Just a bunch of fun horses. Remember when Forever Mo was on the Kentucky Derby Trail? How about that?
That is
Stall.
Steve Asmussen runner. He's going to have his son Keith in the irons on Forever Mo, who's 6-1 right now.
Can't believe it. It's a big price. I like 4 horses in this race, and they are all good. The shortest price is 6-1.
Oh, 9, Drina. We're going to talk more about this whole field, but Drina Star, the 9 at one point. I mean, not that long ago. This time last year, this horse probably would have been 3-5 in this race.
He'd have been short, but that was another place and another time, sir. Favorite's only 3-1. The number 6, Cool Runnings,
who has some speed and has helped with the scratch of the 3. The 3 takes one of the primary speeds out of this race. Here's Gemo Rain, Gennaro Garcia.
Yeah, so he's looking for 2 in a row, shipping in from Indiana, Horseshoe Indy, and Gennaro Garcia already has a win on the card, 3 at the meet.
Chief How Come? More pace here with this one.
Yeah, it's got some speed, but he's going to try to move his speed from the turf And the all-weather at Turfway Park to the main track at
Way too
Churchill
big a
Downs.
price. I actually like this horse a little bit. He faced Beverly Park, 22-time winner. Last time he was on the dirt. Here's the 4 Forever Mo, Steve Asmussen with his son riding.
Cutting back, just doesn't run 3/4 of a mile in an awfully long time. He's going to need a little pace in here. He may get it. We'll see if KJ, Keith Asmussen, can get the job done.
Sand Mountain, more pace.
More pace, more turf pace. See how fast this horse is. Barn wins at 8%. We'll see if this horse is just more than a pace factor today.
Cool Runnings had back-to-back wins at Belterra before getting beat last start.
He's got some speed as well. He didn't show that speed last time when the 2-race win streak was snapped. We'll see if he goes back to it.
Wow, back class with this horse, who has some of the biggest numbers in the race.
He got the job done in a conditioned race for horses that have won a year at a Belterra. More horse with some more speed as well. He's a little interesting at a big price.
Like the warm-up from Released under Tyler Gaffleone.
Comes out of a 4.5 furlong race in Mountaineer. Won an allowance race at Thistledowns via DQ. 3 starts back, actually won 2 in a row. We'll see. He's another one. Plenty of early speed.
For this field, accomplished Drina's Star, who one time was much better than this kind of group.
Yeah, and like you said, it wasn't long ago, last summer up at Canterbury Park in Minnesota. This horse is winless since February back at Fairgrounds.
Higher Authority, Joe Talamo for Thomas Vance, the trainer.
Another horse at a price that I thought was interesting. He has some tactical speed going longer. I wonder if the pace develops in here, if it collapses, if Joe Talamo and Higher Authority can take advantage.
And Eli outside, Rafael Bejarano aboard, cutting back and going to dirt.
Yeah, you're going to need a big form reversal. He's another horse. Since he changed barns back in April of this year, he has failed to hit the board in 7 tries.
2 minutes to post here in this 4th from Churchill. Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
With trainer here of Forever Mo, Steve Asmussen, going to employ his son Keith Asmussen to ride here. Rumor has it Forever Mo ran second to Gun Runner in the Risen Star. Partly why you claimed this horse.
Exactly why I did. I remember him, and we actually had him. He won an older horse stake at Zia Force when he was 4 years old and stuff. But he's just a cool old horse, and racing allows for this sort of opportunity. Keith's always liked getting on him, shipped him down from Indiana so he could ride him.
I was talking to Keith, and I'm getting a little old when he was my PA way back when. Now he's riding horses. I go, does Dad ever tell you any instructions? He says, no, he never tells me anything.
I get a little direction, maybe a little too much, It's only 6 furlongs. I don't know if he can fit all that in there in that length of time.
Is this more nervous than sending out somebody else on your horse, watching your son ride, or is this more of enjoyment?
It's all of it. It's you're anxious, you're excited, but it puts a huge smile on our face, and it's what we do, love to do it.
Well, good luck. I know you guys are a close-knit family with Keith and the other one. And like I said, my PA is now a jockey. And I think I'm going to put a couple of bucks on him, too, as well.
Well, it's got to be fun. I know Steve Asmussen, when his son was riding a race early on in his career, he said he was more nervous for that than he was with Rachel Alexandra.
Cannot imagine what it's like to give a leg up to your son. I would imagine that, I remember that summer talking to Steve, and, he basically said, all right, you can do this, and then you're going to go back to school. Most people encourage their kids to get jobs during the summer. Steve was telling Keith he had to go back to school. He didn't want him to work anymore. Look, I mean...
It was supposed to be just a summer thing a couple seasons ago, but here he is again.
Well, here he is.
Got the pedigree for it. Of course, his uncle, Cash, 5-time champion jockey.
He was pretty good on horseback.
As we take a look back at the Breeders' Cup Sprint and career coming to a close for the Steve Asmussen trainee Jackie's Warrior, who's going to finish with an incredible resume, but without a Breeders' Cup win.
It's funny. This sounds ridiculous, but you're almost happy, if you're his connections, that Elite Power comes with this run. Because I think it's a little better than not being able to put CZ Rocket away to get to that first Breeders' Cup win, to have a horse on the improve like Elite Power. Jackie's Warrior is going to go to stud and leave us 0-3 at the Breeders' Cup, but he won a lot of Grade 1 races. He won a lot of good races, and when he was on the top of his game, one of the better sprinters we've seen in a decade or so.
Only horse in the history of iconic Saratoga to win Grade 1s in 3 consecutive years. Let's go to Paul for more in the 4th.
Yeah, guys, while I was in the paddock for a little while, you know, they scratched the 3. The 3 actually was in the paddock and absolutely backfired his back legs into the back of the paddock, and you hear a thundering roar, and he injured himself. He's okay. He walked out of the paddock. You see the assistant, when I was there, he just threw the towel down. The horse just backfired, and he was just a little uncomfortable in the stall. He scratched. Now, the 6, your favorite, was giving everybody a little bit of problems, too, as well in the paddock, along with the 8. The horse 5-2 and 9-2. Release was taking a while to get saddled as well. Shane Myers was trying to get the tack around. I know he's a big son of Regal Ransom. He was struggling a little bit. I tend to go towards the 9 here, Drenna Star. After watching that last race, I think the other race with the 3 horse winning from off the pace was just something that we might not see again today, because it's that last race going 21-4. No one made up any ground. I think Drenna Star with Johnny Court might be able to take this field gate to wire 0-for-7 here at Churchill Downs. But whoever gets to the front end here is going to be very tough. This racetrack looks like it's going to be very hard to pass today.
And we talked about one of the speeds out, the 3, and I maintain way too big a price on this too. Chief, how come? Last time this horse was on dirt, faced 22-time winner Beverly Park.
You love Beverly Park.
Fun horse.
Sure.
Keith Asmussen riding for Dad here on the 4. Forever Mo. Derby City 6 begins in this race. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're off. And it's released, who bounces out near the top. Sand Mountain is there. Drenna Star from the outside, and Chief How Come toward the rail. Down the back stretch, it's released, and Sand Mountain to go head-to-head early. Chief How Come toward the inside is racing up into 3rd. Cool Runnings on the move from 4th. Drenna Star's now 5th. Gemma Rain toward the rail 6th. 3 lengths back. Big Bella Brown advancing up into 7th, while Higher Authority drops back into 8th. Forever Mo's at the back in 9th, and the early trailer is Eli. The round the far turn. Release goes head-to-head with Sand Mountain through a quarter in a swift 21-4. They round the far turn, still head in head. Chief How Come right in behind, while 3rd. Drenna Star sidles up 3 or 4 wide 4th. Gemma Rain's in behind them 5th with Cool Runnings. Forever Mo's catching up as well. They're off the turn. Sand Mountain comes away with the lead. Opens up by a length. Drenna Star bears down. Big Bella Brown coming down the center. Chief How Come toward the rail with Forever Mo. Final 16th coming. Drenna Star and a pesky Sand Mountain. Sand Mountain's determined. Drenna Star surges. Sand Mountain won it. Not letting Drenna Star get by. Forever Mo was 3rd, and Big Bella Brown was 4th.
Sand Mountain digs in, stubborn down the stretch, and this horse likes to win. Now 6 wins from 10 starts.
Very good job by Paul Duca acknowledging that it was going to be tough to pass here today. And it's funny because last week on the program, I remember saying to myself, this track is playing a little differently than it normally does, as horses were making that big, beautiful Belmont Park balcony move. Well, balcony move has kind of been neutralized as Sand Mountain. This was a heck of an effort from Sand Mountain. It was a 18-1 shot, 3rd longest price on the board. Carly Hughes taking on all comers, and in a race once again, Greg, a race that looked like it featured 4 or 5 speeds. Carly Hughes found himself on the lead with Sand Mountain, released the only one, Tyler Gaffalione, putting a little pressure on, and it did not last very long, and able to hang on at 18-1, holding up the even money favor. While you had mentioned Drenna Star and the Wayback Machine, I didn't like Drenna Star today. Good effort, but even money seemed a bit much. He was 6-1 on the morning line.
Yeah, that was that was quite short. 18-1. Meanwhile, in your winner, Sand Mountain. Now 3 for 4 on a dirt surface. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back when we return. Look back to the weekend here in New York. Champion's Dream taking the Grade 3 Nashua for Danny Gargan, and Good Sam undefeated now for Chad Brown after a attempted win.
Catholic Boy one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day of the Races. Thanks for being with us here on our FS2 coverage of Churchill Downs and Horseshoe Indy. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Sand Mountain, big number, 18-1 to kick off the Derby City 6.
Yeah, big effort from Sand Mountain, who was able to survive a little bit of a pace duel, and big favorite, Drina Star, even money. Tried to cut him down in the last 1/8 of a mile and just could not get by. Maybe it was the feature angle money. We played that John Court feature earlier today. He was even money with Drina Star. Could not get by Carly Hughes and Sand Mountain, who was victorious by a diminishing head.
Biggest figures from Sand Mountain previously had come on synthetic and turf, but big dirt win here in what we thought was a wide open field coming in. And we're one leg in. We might already have a carryover in the pick 6.
Yeah, well, pick 5 coming back. We'll see what this pick. You got it.
I tried.
I tried earlier too. We both non-successful in our battles with the sneeze today. The pick 5 is going to be good, and good luck if you're alive. Hopefully you are. We are not, but hopefully if you are able to close this out and get yourself a good weekend full of cash.
All right, let's look back to the weekend here at the Big A, starting off with the Nashua Stakes and Champion's Dream. It's had some trouble out of the gates, including in this race, but able to overcome it. Danny Gargan says learning finally now how to finish a race.
Didn't get off all that well, and then going to get jammed up a little bit here coming out of the chute and onto the oval as well. Right here you're going to see Arad have to snatch him up a little bit right there. Easy to see the gray head. He was able to settle. It looked for a moment like the speed was going to keep on going, but you see Arad just persevering with him and getting him out in the clear. I went back and watched a replay, Greg, when I knew we were going to talk about this show today. This race today on the program. It certainly seemed the more Arad was able to get him away from those 2 horses to the inside, the more he wanted to reach. That's not a great sign, right? You see even here, he's kind of shying away a little bit from that horse coming out to see him. Getting a job, but finally getting the job done. Not a great sign. You'd like to see them want to engage a little bit more and maybe kind of see Arad with the left-handed encouragement, just trying to get him away from those horses. And the horse on the lead just kind of come out to meet him. It was a nice effort. We'll see what it does as far as the Remsen is concerned. I would imagine these top 2 finishers will come back in the Remsen. on Cigar Mile Day, December 3rd. So it was a nice effort, and yeah, we'll see how they perform going forward.
Well, yeah, Arad, he swept the stakes earlier on in the card. Touch faster, 138-3 for Good Sam, who now remains undefeated.
Nice filly.
Frivolous claim of foul in here by Paco Lopez.
That's just a funny thing to say, period. This filly has a little bit of a future. You could tell. She's getting a little more comfortable racing. And for my money, Arad Ortiz Jr. is one of the best riders that is yet to be a horseman. Arad, one day, if he chooses to do so, will probably make a very good trainer, because he's just an excellent horseman. When you have a conversation with him, and I've had a conversation with him about horses in every aspect, from being a stable agent to doing what we do here. He is so well versed in talking about a horse that a filly like her, see her tail swishing, she's shifting in, shifting out, she'll learn. He'll help her learn, because he'll be able to give Chad some feedback. He'll be able to do some things in the saddle that, getting to, and now that he gets to know her, he'll be able to kind of work with her. I think she's a filly with a little bit of a future.
There were question marks about her. I mean, she won in the slop. She went sprinting in the debut, handled the stretch out on a fast track, no problem. First stakes winner, by the way, for Good Samaritan, as she is now undefeated. Good Sam. Look forward to seeing her next start as we're back to Horseshoe Indy, race 2. Coming up shortly, Killer Hot Rod. You see those prices, $4.20 for the win, back in that tight one with Hitchpin.
Hate to start the day losing that photo to an even money favorite in a maiden race. But you know what they say, onward and upward.
It's like you're fouling one off. You're hanging in there.
Paul LaDuca knows about that.
Condition $5,000 claiming sprint here. This is 5.5 furlongs. Even money on the 6, where the money went. And it can go quick if you're betting even money favorites who are 3 for 14 lifetime.
Yes, sir. It can go very, very quickly.
Awful layoff as well.
Yeah, I don't want this horse. I had a little bit of an opinion here. I wanted the 5 a little. I want a little Majestic Climb off the layoff. I thought this horse was going to be forward in here. I don't see a ton of pace. We'll see if the 1, Cozy's Crown, goes, who's your second choice at 5-2. But I like Majestic Climb. I like the trainer change to Gary Patrick. I like the rider change to Fernando de la Cruz. How about him sneaking that little 47-4 in from the pole 2 works back? He had another one of those back in September. And this horse, obviously, she has some problems staying on the racetrack. But she's done all of her best work at Indiana, at Horseshoe Indy. She's a square price at 5-1. Trying to get the number 5, Majestic Climb, home at a little bit of a price.
All right, so even money, where the money went. And this for a short price, this is a filly, too, who has huge problems at times getting out of the gate. She actually lunged at the start, lost her rider a few starts back. She broke in the air out of the gate the start before that. Miraculously was able to still win and get the 3rd win of her career. But she's done this several times in the past, so keep your eyes on the 6, who's the big favorite here out of the gate, and if she can break clean. Brian Aragoni, the call, race 2, Horseshoe Indy.
Majestic Climb goes in nicely. Waiting on where the money went. Union Rags filly. They're off and running. Even beginning as Momo's Humor and Sammy Bermudez go looking for the lead, but Cozy's Crown set to hold that rail positioning along with Cecilia's Hope back in 3rd. After that comes Teneke and Rafael Mojica Jr. and Majestic Climb 5 wide. Down the backside is where the money went, content to sit off what looks to be a slow early pace. Teneke checks back to last at this point, and then comes Cecilia's Hope and Momo's Humor as they duel through a 22.91 opening corner. Cecilia's Hope on the lead. Momo's Humor down on the rail. Majestic Climb sitting in third. Still nothing from Cozy's Crown. Cozy's Crown doing nothing at this point. Where the money went, shifting 4 wide, full of run as Joe Ramos, and where the money went, trying to get on terms with Cecilia's Hope and Momo's Humor. Top 2 not stopping at this point. Momo's Humor digging down deep on the rail, and here comes Where the Money Went. Momo's Humor and Where the Money Went. Momo's Humor, Where the Money Went. Gets the money at 8-5. Pay the people.
Where the money went, dead last early on in this race. We talked about issues out of the gate. Keep your eyes outside, post 6.
Yeah, it just doesn't break. Like, you see the lean forward, and horse just automatically drops back to last, Greg. Didn't matter. The money went on her. And she came from last to first to win. Joey Ramos, been a tough time for Randy Klopp to keep her on the racetrack. Ran her a lot early this year down at Delta Downs, and then she went to the bench not once but twice, and this one was a little bit more of a prolonged break. Daughter of Union Rags needs every inch of the 5.5 furlongs to get Momo's Humor in the last 3 jumps.
6-2-3 finish. Second from Horseshoe Indy, overcomes another difficult beginning, wide trip. Good for her to get that win. We're going to look back again more from championship weekend. Charlie Appleby, one of the big stories as the Europeans continued to dominate on the lawn. Rebels Romance, perfect 5 for 5 on the turf. And Aidan O'Brien. And Tuesday, Ryan Moore, Deny in Italian.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up at NairaBets.com for a new member bonus.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile, as we're well into the cards at Churchill Downs and at Horseshoe Indy. We're going to continue to look back at the Breeders' Cup, and to me, this was one of the shocking overlays of the weekend in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Rebels Romance going off at nearly 6-1.
I couldn't believe this horse was 5-1. It was this was kind of stunning to me. In fact, when they hit the wire, I made a little bit of a box with Warlike Goddess and said to myself, they're the two favorites. What's the big deal? I saw this horse pay $13 and change, and my head was spinning. Yeah, nice effort. Just 5 in a row, Greg?
5 for 5 on the grass.
Yeah, 5 in a row. You know, I don't ordinarily fall in love with the form from Germany, but this horse had won all over, and it was not the tough. We kept talking about this. This was not the toughest renewal of the Breeders' Cup Turf. Felt like Warlike Goddess was the best American hope. She beat the other Americans by finishing 3rd. This horse in Stone Age run 1-2. It was not the toughest race they're ever going to win, but I mean, 3 grade 1s, 3 grade/group 1s in a row, and coming here and winning the Breeders' Cup. Tell you what, the Europeans, boy.
Yeah.
Oof.
Charlie Appleby, another sensational Breeders' Cup, 9 for 18 lifetime now.
That's not supposed to happen.
Brief visits to the Breeders' Cup, just insane.
Keep in mind, Bill Mott has 12 Breeders' Cup wins dating back to 1987. Charlie Appleby has 9 from 18 starters in, I believe the first one was in 2013, but then it went 2013 to like 2017. So 8 winners in the last 5 years.
It's incredible.
Wow.
What a run. 3 winners again this year. Aidan O'Brien with 3 winners this year. Tuesday, taking the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf in Italian, running a huge race. Tuesday denies her the victory. She got shuffled in early traffic immediately out of the gate in here. Had to go 5 wide into the stretch and prevails by a length.
Again, the Europeans came over with a contingent full of 3-year-old fillies, the strongest ones. This filly, Nashua, who she didn't get the best of trips in here either, trips/rides in here. Tuesday did, and everybody kind of did what they were supposed to do in here. I know Joel Rosario came under some fire. I was up in Mohegan Sun. A lot of people in the room were not happy. Listen, you're on the loose speed. You put her on the front end, and if you're going to try and
quick.
But from the draw with the with Coolmore talking about using Toy as a rabbit, and she did chase her through some fast fractions. Toy's not used to going that fast. She's chasing her through a 46 and change half. I think everybody did what they were supposed to do. The rabbit worked, and Tuesday came rolling on Saturday. Corny. That was very corny. I apologize, folks. That was very corny.
No, I enjoyed it.
Thanks.
Look at this dominance from the Euros. I mean, so many people felt this year they weren't bringing the strongest contingent that they have in years past.
Yeah, my hand is up, by the way.
Yeah, we were wrong about that.
Yeah.
Incredible showing. Charlie Appleby, Aidan O'Brien doing most of the damage.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Victoria Road was good on.
Doing all the damage.
Was good on front. Doing all the damage. Yeah, not kidding. How about Meditate? What a great name for Meditate, huh? She looks like she's asleep when she walks over. She looks like she's asleep when she's in the paddock. She gets into the racetrack. The first half mile, she looks like she's out cold on her feet. Horses do sleep standing up, by the way. They can. And then for the last 5/16 of a mile, it's like you flip a switch. She just explodes. And when she comes back from the win, right back to sleep. I wish I could do that. Some people think I do that up here. Something like I catch a cat nap between segments.
Caravel saving the day
at
43-1
by a half length with the help of a bad break. Euros run 2, 3, 4, 5, and I think if you switch position, that was a great ride. The thing we forgot to mention earlier about Tyler's ride on Caravel, keeping the Emirati Annie to the inside. You switch positions there, the European filly wins, and the other one, the horse that ran third, whose names escaped me, 5.5 was just too short. They go another 6 jumps. It's 7 for 7 for the Europeans.
Already looking ahead to next year.
The Great Race Place, Santa Anita.
And guess who's in the mix for one in the near future?
We'll be here. Beautiful Belmont Park.
Exactly.
Looking forward to that. It's been a while.
Back to Churchill Downs, race number 5. $30,000 maiden claiming route race, mile and a 16th. Start of the late pick 5. This is Chili Red, big long shot, 30-1.
Yeah, cutting almost in half. Andrew McKeever, second off the second start. Ryder sticks as well. Going to need a big form reversal.
Connect Me stretched out to a mile and a 16th. Last start ran third.
Okay. Lost a little ground on the turn, gained some in the stretch. We'll see if the second time around the 2 turns will help.
Start number 2, and Victor LeBron, rider change on Riley B.
Yeah, this horse did not do much running, if any at all, when beating just one first time out. We'll see if the experience helps.
Grimes, stretch out for start number 2 in a drop in class.
Yeah, showed some speed first time out. Son of the Factor out of Medaglia d'Oro Mare should have no problem with the 8.5 furlongs. I think this horse is interesting. 5-2.
Yeah, for Eddie
not
Keneally.
As interesting.
What's that?
Not as interesting at 5-2.
Yeah, O'Connor Sunset 5-1 for Juan Cano.
Yeah, Juan Cano claiming this one off Wesley Ward. That I can't imagine is very successful. Stretching from 7 to a mile and a 16th.
Intrigued by the 9-1 here.
Yeah, that's a big price.
2 sprint stretch out.
Yeah, big Beamster. 2 sprints to the stretch out. I'm a fan. Bodie Meister should take it. Chris Hartman at a big price.
Cambiasso, this horse drops in class on a 6-day return. In a much improved race against Better.
Yeah, not a real drop, though, because this horse had already been in for a tag, and now, after running in 6 days, hasn't run in 6 weeks.
First-time starter Nicholas Arthur, 20-1.
Tom Vanberg sends out the son of Astern, who is really kind of a sprinting turfer, to go long on the dirt. Okay.
Parachute Battalion, start number 2 at 50-1.
Another one of these big prices that's going to need form reversal off just one start. Normandy Invasion was 4th in the Kentucky Derby.
Tom Amos Barn, breadwinner, 2 sprints, and this one stretches out.
Sneaky effort first time out, a little less sneaky second time out. Son of Candy Ride stretches out for the 3rd start. Gets his main man, Edgar Morales. Lots to like.
Lowest level at yet, start number 3. And the Caesar's Ghost, first-time starter.
Great name for a son of 2 Brutus. This horse has some ho-hum work tabs over at the training center. One big bullet gate work, though, in 47-3 back in September.
And talk is cheap. Turf to dirt. The 2 dirt starts, they were against Better and actually hit the board Horseshoe India against Straight Maidens.
By Belmont Derby winner Mr. Speaker. His first race was pretty good. Next 2 on dirt and turf. No bueno, but we'll see how the stretch out does. Horse to beat was the horse on the AE list who did not get in.
Yeah,
Duplantis.
That's way too big a price on the 12. I mean, that first start showed some ability, and now going to stretch out. Let's go to Paul for more.
Thanks, Gregor. We're looking at mile and 16th maiden claimers. I was actually in the paddock, and I was actually talking to Tom Amos. We were walking out, and I said, Tom, how do you like your horse in here? And he's like, listen, I liked him. I think he's going to love the appreciation to the stretch out to the distance of ground. Don't love the way the racetrack's playing. He said it straight to my face. He goes, I watched the last 2 races. Both horses went sub 20 to 21 and change, and then the last one 21-4, and they just went gate to wire. So maybe we'll play a little bit different going around 2 turns. But we're talking about breadwinner. Tom's basically saying, listen, it's going to play against me. I'm going to lay back and make one run. What you see on the paper is what you're probably going to see going a mile 16th, even though he's stretching out for the first time. You know, the outside horse talks cheap. You know, you're looking for a horse to maybe get to the front end. I understand the horse is 30-1, but this horse got to the front end 22 and change, showed some sprinter speed on the turf last time. You know, turf sprints, sometimes they are wickedly fast. And this horse was up towards the front end from the 10 hole. Now going to get the mile on 16th. I get it. Might not be able to go that far. First time going around 2 turns. But if you're going to take a horse that's going to get to the front end and maybe have a chance to wire this field at a giant price, why not? But the 4 Grimes, seems like this horse has been opening up the favorite in the Will Pays, been opening up the payment in the Will Pays in the doubles, at least the lowest payment, and showed speed in a decent little race where Army Star, son of Army Mule, won that race. I was at Keeneland, now cuts back, or excuse me, stretches out to mile on 16th. And there's the other horse in here that's got the speed, right? So I think Out of Biscuits on the outside holds the cards with the 12, because if not, Grimes the 4 here, guys, could be ultra tough taking this field gate to wire. I understand where the people are going with Cambiosa, the most probably experienced racehorse, and that has paid off. But the way I've seen this racetrack play so far, I wouldn't mind a nice little wager on the 12. And if I was going to key a horse, I'd key the 4.
Paulie, thanks. I'm with Paul on the 12. I don't get this huge price on this horse. I think this horse has a lot of interesting things going on. And he mentioned showed turf speed last time out. Turf speed just about always translates into dirt speed, and this horse was tactically close in a couple of dirt sprints too. So stretching out, intriguing and a big number. Cambiaso, the 7. Everyone's kind of playing catch up to the figure here in last start.
Yeah, if he runs back to that fig, he'll beat these horses, and he'll beat them pretty good. I just don't know how you can trust is the wrong word, but I don't know, where did it come from? It's 20 points, 19 points, if we're splitting hairs, faster than anything he's ever run. Just doesn't make any sense to me. I like Grimes.
Eddie Keneally with Grimes. Yeah, that was the other one Paulie mentioned. The trainer is very good at going sprint to route, and that's the case here. 6.5 furlongs in the debut to a mile and a 16th here, coming up with a slight drop in class. Late pick 5 begins here in this 5th from Churchill, and not an easy one to begin it. We talked about our feature way back when we came on early in the program. We're going to see Grantham return from his first start back since the Tampa Bay Derby. Ben Diesel for Dwayne Lucas, interesting in there as well. Part of this sequence. Good luck. It's a good one. Travis Stone, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Talks Cheap from that far outside post, breaks very sharply and is racing for the lead and trying to cross over the front of the entire field. O'Connor's Sunset in a bit tight there toward the rail, and some crowding farther back in the pack as well. Riley B did not take the turn well at all, and taking the worst of that was Parachute Battalion and Breadwinner. Meanwhile, up top it is Talks Cheap. That outside post to the rail in a 2-length lead. O'Connor's Sunset is a tracking second. Grimes toward the rail is racing third. Big Beamster comes away while fourth. Chili Red toward the inside. Moving up from 5th. Cambiaso's racing in 6th. Connect Me 7th by 3. Riley B's back in 8th. Nicholas Arthur toward the inside 9th. Parachute Battalion 10th by 3. Breadwinner's back in 11th with the early trailer Caesar's Ghost. They're a dozen lengths off the lead. And the opening quarter goes in 24-1. And Talks Cheap heads to the far turn. In control with 4 furlongs to hold on to that lead. The opening half in 48-3. O'Connor's Sunset continues to track the pace from second. Big Beamster begins to roll up on the outside. Third and closing in quickly. Grimes is right there in behind the leaders in 4th. Under pressure is Chili Red 5th. Cambiaso's going the wrong way 6th. Farther back it's Nicholas Arthur and Breadwinner. They come for the top of the stretch. Big Beamster rolls off the turn, taking charge. Big Beamster's in front, top of the stretch. Talks Cheap fights on toward the rail. Grimes has been switched out for the final furlong. O'Connor Sunset fights on 2. Down to the final 16th. Big Beamster by 2 lengths now. Grimes runs up into 2nd. O'Connor Sunset back to 3rd. And it will be Big Beamster who scores by 3 lengths on the wire. Grimes was second, O'Connor Sunset was third, and Talks Cheap was fourth.
Big Beamster, those 2 sprints going long. Start number 3 for Chris Hartman at 13:01.
Yeah, son of Bodemeister loved the stretch out in distance today. He was able to engage with the 2 rivals, with O'Connor Sunset and Talks Cheap. Horseshoe and Paul both mentioned that a huge price ran well on the far turn and able to hold off Grimes, who switched out from the inside to the outside. 2-1 favorite on Grimes today, but a nice price on the winner. And good luck. Congratulations if you close this pick 5 today, Greg. Tough sequence to navigate.
Close it out here at 13:01. 6-4, 5-12 finish in this 5th at Churchill. Wouldn't mind the super either.
Now you're just getting, this is just crazy talk now. 13-1, 2-1, 5-1, 25-1. Dime supers. I actually played and hit the super in the Classic this year. I don't play a lot of superfectas. All button. I didn't like Rich Strike, but he was part of the all button, so that helped.
Would it come back?
A few bucks shy of $700 for $1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We're going to take a timeout. All those prices for you when we return. Tom Amoss Barn, yes, it has been another very lucrative year. We're going to hear from Tom. When we return, he's going to tell us about his favorite race when we come back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13 hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change. That is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's going to take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm going to win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Amoss Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
Oh, such a happy moment for Tom Amoss, one of the winningest trainers in the history of this sport. And those are the Silks at Joel Politti that were in the winner's circle with Serengeti Empress, who came back and won the Ballerina Grade 1 at Saratoga, one of the greatest performances of her career after not breaking sharp out of the gate from the rail. Who's your filly? Tom's got another good one, winning the Rags to Riches in the slop. The chart comment, splashed away, frolicked. She loved this off track.
I was going to say, she's doing, she looks like she's swimming through the lane there at beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. Wow, what an effort, huh? Throwing her head around a little bit. She's just having a good time out there. Yeah, nice filly. Have they talked about Golden Rod being? I would imagine the Golden Rod is next. They're going to stretch her out around the 2 turns on closing weekend. We'll see. See you there. Yeah, nice filly. 2 for 2 into Mischief out of a Tappet mare. Wow. Nothing wrong. Boy, he loves his Edgar Morales, doesn't he? You gotta love the loyalty.
Yeah.
Gotta love the line. The kid could ride.
Unfortunately, the secret's out now with how much he's winning with him.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the filly. I was gonna say $1.07 and $1.04 to the to the dollar. I think the secret was out before she ever walked into a starting gate.
Third at Horseshoe Indy. We got a 2-turn mile and a maiden special weight ahead. 4 to 5, Eldest Son. Brandon Walsh, who took money first time out sprinting, and then was 30 to 1 going long at Churchill next start. Yeah, what's your 5th in an 11-horse field that
What'd you
day.
make of about that, buddy? Runs him first time at Horseshoe, ships down to stretch out. This horse didn't run. This horse showed speed and he did not do much running the last quarter of a mile at Churchill Downs. Now, maybe the circuit switch back. You'd have to imagine the plan is to come out running. A lot of these horses first time out or in subsequent starts in a couple of cases did not do much running early on in their starts. So I would assume Brendan Walsh's connections are telling Mr. Parker to go from Jump Street in here. Is it enough? I guess we'll find out in about 3 minutes.
Godolphin Homebred here, son of Into Mischief out of a Tappet mare. I mean, with that, you would think distance should not be an issue. The other horse to take note of in here, first-time starter for Brad Cox, a Tappet debuting runner, the 2.
Yeah.
Never easy to win, though, in the debut going around or ground.
No, around those 2 turns.
On dirt especially.
Got to like the draw, though, right? An inside draw. We talk about how this mile start. The clubhouse turns right on top of you. And there's a West Point runner in here, the number 3, Accidental Hero, who is second in all 3 of his starts at 3 to 1, and 7 to 2. He's the shortest price of his career today, as of now anyway, at 5 to 2.
And Tom Amoss with Soft Pants, the 5, debuted sprinting on grass. Stretch out to dirt and start number 2.
Travers runner-up Mendelssohn, beaten by Catholic Boy. So we know he can probably go long. Half to Beholder. Plenty of dirt pedigree for Soft Pants. It's a good name.
Pick 6 starts here. Brian Aragoni, the call. 3rd from Horseshoe Indy.
One back, waiting on Eldest Son. 2-year-olds loading professionally. They're off on the 1 mile journey. All broke well. Eldest son looking to cut and cross, but he's going to be stuck 4 wide into that first turn as Go For It ships out even wider than Eldest Son early on in this race. Hindostan Falls, the field's long shot with the lead through a controlled opening quarter as Mano Dura and Hindostan Falls setting a very reasonable first fraction in here. Eldest Son did get over to the 3-path, 25-1 through that first quarter. Go For It on the stretch out, moving 4 wide, set to push that pace. Going too slow is Fernando de la Cruz as they set to pick it up a notch. Silver Sovereign, the Tappet Firster in a perfect spot if good enough. After that comes Accidental Hero along with Soft Pants as it is a tightly packed group. Only 4 lengths separates them from tip to tail at this point through an opening half in 49-1. It's a 3-pack up top. Mano Dura with the blinkers on the rail. Eldest Son in the horse sandwich along with Go For It. 3 wide now. Silver Sovereign and Marcelino Pedroza under an all-out drive. The Tappet Firster under the stick and not responding at this point. Accidental Hero looking to get on terms as Eldest Son puts away Mano Dura along with Go For It, who's got no more. Go For It blew the turn right into Accidental Hero, who's looking to get up with Eldest Son, but Eldest Son still finding more, and very game is Eldest Son at 4-5. Mano Dura looking to rally. Eldest Son continuing on in the Godolphin Blue. They win yet again as Eldest Son takes them wire to wire in race number 3.
7-6-3, favorite the win, and the second time going longer against company probably a little more to his liking. Breaks his maiden.
Yep. Found his friends back at Horseshoe Indy, able to kind of boss him around from the start. And Mano Dura, Lasix, blinkers, the whole kitchen sink thrown at Mano Dura today. It did not help. 3.5 lengths at the end for Eldest Son. Prohibitive favorite, 4-5.
He had a build on him, didn't he?
I'm sorry?
He had a build on him, that horse.
He did.
Back at Churchill. Big Beamster. 2 sprints and the stretch out for the win. Mitch Mural for Chris Hardman.
See where he gets his name from. Look at him. Look at him compared to the horse that was inside. Looks like the horse inside could fit inside of him. Like a Trojan horse. Nice effort at a big price. What does pick 5 come? This pick 5 had to come back huge, right?
You didn't peek at the Will Pays?
I did not, actually. I wasn't alive. Selfish of me, I know. Ooh. Well, look at that pick 3, Greg, for 50 cents. $8.72. 28.60. Night. Zach was a little short.
18 plus for the 50-cent pick 5.
Wow. Yeah, there it. Wow. Yeesh. Could use one of those.
Wow. Tough one to come up with. Well done if you had it. We thought at the beginning of the day it was one to go after, a lucrative one. I would not have been able to narrow down.
I had 1 out of 5. It was a good sequence.
I mean, that one race where you really could narrow down, we thought it was the 3 or the 5, right? If you could pick right there and narrow things down.
Right.
Very tough every other leg. We are all done. Up next, Maggie Wolfendale, Richard Migliori taking over for the 2 of us. I enjoyed it.
As always. We'll see you Friday, I believe.
You will see me Friday.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll be back tomorrow.
I know. Yeah.
Okay. Take a time out. More live coverage from Churchill Downs, Horseshoe Indy. Straight ahead, including the late pick 4.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We're really excited about Catholic Boy. I know he has some good ones coming. We have some really good ones here on the farm that we're excited about selling in September. We think a couple of them have a chance to really break through and ring the bell and be very good representations of what we've seen from the stallion. He's passing on that more than ready look with maybe a little more stretch and leg. People forget that he was so dominant in the Travers. He won it by 4 lengths, beat Good Magic, Vino Rosso, and Mendelssohn, who are all stallions that stand for more money than he does somehow, even though Catholic Boy won grade 1s on both turf and dirt at NYRA tracks. New York racing is some of the best in the world, and to win grade 1s at that circuit's really hard to do, and Catholic Boy did it a couple times. We really think the first group of horses that will be showcased at yearling sales later this summer and fall will really show what we've seen and why we're so thrilled with what we've seen with Catholic Boy. And he has tremendous versatility, obviously, and so does More Than Ready. He comes from the Halo line, which we don't have much of here in the United States anymore. Obviously, it's been wildly successful in Japan. It's continuing on. All their sons and daughters that you see winning across the world stage basically trace back to Sunday Silence, which is the Halo line. So I really hope breeders will realize that we have a great Halo line here still going in the United States, and that it really needs to be supported because it's such a strong, influential line worldwide. Talking about fitting the bill for Claiborne Sire, he was a grade 6 winner at 2, not just a winner, but a grade 6 winner at 2, grade 1 winner at 3, multiple grade 1 winner at 3, and then another stakes winner at 4. So he was a stakes winner all 3 years that he raced. He's a really good-looking son of More Than Ready out of a Bernardini mare, who's one of a great broodmare sire. He comes from a good family, and we're hoping that he passes on his good genes that were successful on the track.
Claiborne Farm has everything covered, including two dual surface winning grade 1 sires in Catholic Boy, as well as War of Will. And they also have this show covered. America's Day at the Races continues here with live coverage from Churchill Downs as well as Horseshoe Indy. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and pleased to be joined by champion jockey Richie Migliore.
Great to be here. And Maggie, one of my favorite days when I go to Lexington is getting to go out to Claiborne and visit, feeling the history, the hallowed ground. It's just an incredible place.
It really is. I mean, so many influential sires have stood there and love to see Claiborne and what they put on the track. And we'll see what they have coming up in the future. But our future rolls on to Churchill Downs. Their 6th race coming up, claiming non-2 life for $50,000, going the 6.5 furlongs. And we do see favoritism right now to the inside runner at 2-1 is Carbonite first off the claim for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, stepping up in company off of that claim, but does have races that certainly would need to improve, I believe, but at least showed good speed last time.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I feel like people may be just going off the Joe Sharp claim, maybe lured by that, because there's horses in here that have run faster races prior, but maybe he is the one with the upside. This does kick off a pick 3 and pick 4 as we will bring you the full card from Churchill Downs, and they are fast. Looks like another lovely fall day. I got to say, the Breeders' Cup in Kentucky, we got blessed with a really nice weather.
It looked absolutely stunning down there.
Well, there he is, Luis Saez. He is riding regularly at Churchill Downs.
Looks very sharp on his toes. First time off the Joe Sharp claim. Leaving a good barn, though. And Rudolph Brissett should have speed from the inside.
Here's Paul McGee's runner, Pledge of Allegiance. He has the go-back numbers, but you have to go back to find his last win.
Well, this is his third off the layoff, and maybe this will be the charm. Should get a little bit of pace to set up because he looks like more of a closing sprinter.
Number 3 is Marching. He'll have to march to a better tune as he drops.
Yeah, it just feels like he's going to have to improve here.
Rum and Tonic. I prefer vodka and tonic is number 4 in here.
Yeah, I'm not a rum and tonic guy myself, but in more turf races, one dirt race was okay, the other was not as good.
I hope My Grass isn't blue, but My Grass is Blue is number 5 in here. Looks like one that might have to improve off the back of the maiden score.
Yeah, he just broke his maiden. This is considerably tougher.
Drive for Fun in the very recognizable silks of Jim and Susan Hill. And it'll be worn today by Brian Hernandez.
Yeah, Rusty Arnold trainee, and this horse has some races back. His 2 races recently, though, seem to say he needs to improve.
Now, second choice is a horse on the outside for Rudy Brissett. Looks as though he's going to have to get out of the gate. He used to have speed.
But at least he's outside. He's drawn outside, although he was drawn outside 2 back. I got to feel like he can rebound here. I think this is an easier group than he's been in against, and maybe third off the layoff with him also in the outside draw. I do think you want to be forward, though, at Churchill Downs today. Speed, maybe not as dominant as it can be, but certainly a commodity that you want.
Absolutely, and it doesn't hurt to be outside. I mean, it feels as though you can win races from the outside. An American Icon, his first 2 races were ones where he showed a lot of early speed, but we need to check back in with our man on the scene. That's Paul LaDuca, who has more on Pledge of Allegiance. Paulie, I just want to know, do you remember the Pledge of Allegiance?
Oh, of course. Had to do it every morning when I was a kid going to a Catholic school wearing my corduroy shorts at 107-degree weather in the Valley of the Sun in Arizona. It was a lot of fun doing the Pledge of Allegiance then with all the nuns and the priests. So, yes, I do know the Pledge of Allegiance, but I will not recite it here on America's Day at the races. You know, when this day started, when I looked at this race, it looked like Pledge of Allegiance was going to be your favorite in here. We'll go back to the race in June here at Churchill Downs. It was a one-turn mile, and he ran a nice second-place finish. Now, he's 1 for 20 lifetime. Blinkers went on 3 starts ago. And the reason why I think now that he's, second or third choice, I want to say he's battling for second choice, the racetrack has not played towards anybody coming from behind. We've seen 2 races today go sub 22, and the horses have carried their speed. You have to be within the first 4 or 5 horses. You cannot launch. Mig is making a great point. And I think that's why the money is going towards the 1, Carbonite, thinking that, you know, Luis Saez is going to be on the send in here. And, you know, Luis Saez and Tyler Gaffalione sort of switch positions a little bit. Gaffalione goes to American Icon. Now, American Icon, the outside horse, and the 6, they come out of the live race. Strobe is a monster runner for Brad Cox. I know they didn't do much running. They were 7th and 9th, but I think that's a live race. So I think the 7 will fire out of that race. The 6 at 9-2 dropping for Rusty Arnold. I'm just against the 2 in here, Pledge of Allegiance. I do think Carbonite, the way this racetrack's been playing, it will be difficult to run down.
Paulie, thank you. As we do see Tyler Gaffalione warming up American Icon, quite vigorously, keeping him trotting, and he's moving really well, Richie.
He looks really good to me. He's moving very freely, framed up nicely. I think that outside post is going to help him. I just didn't care for Carbonite, particularly as your favorite. I just feel like these other horses, some of these other horses have run better races than he has. Pledge of Allegiance, but more of a closing type on a track that really hasn't been kind to those kind. American Icon can put himself in the game. At least you saw that early in his career.
Yeah, you just got to hope that he can show that he's a horse that can break at these shorter distances. When he was in front, it was going 7 and a mile down at Gulfstream Park, and he was fairly close in his first start off the bench at Churchill. But last time, he just really broke slowly, and he never got involved. He's going to have to rebound off those last 2 performances, but I feel like this is the right spot to do it. Now, let's talk about Pledge of Allegiance a little bit. The short comment line says vanned off after his last start.
Yeah, you see now, the fact that Joe Talamo is riding this horse back,
right,
and he was the rider that was on last time, is a vote of confidence. And also, anytime a horse has been vanned off or a vet scratch, they have to go through protocols to be eligible to race again. So obviously, he's passed all of the protocols put forth that say he's a healthy horse. And again, the fact that the rider that was on him when he was vanned off, rides him back. To me, that says, hey, he's not concerned. He probably came back and worked him for Paul McGee. I've got to think this horse is okay.
And he did. He came back with a 48-1, at least listed workout on November 2nd. And for me, watching the replay, there wasn't any change in his action. There was change in his head carriage. So I don't know if he displaced really badly. Was there a bleeding issue? I'm not sure. But for him to come back that quickly, it almost looked as though it was a breathing issue, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, that would make the most sense because this is a pretty quick turnaround back. He did come back and work again, and that is a nice sharp work. And again, he's got to be breezed in front of the examining veterinarian and come back to their satisfaction. So, and listen, Paul McGee's a good horseman.
Mm-hmm.
He's not sending horses out there unless he thinks they're 100%.
And 2, I mean, that was only 3 weeks ago. Now, the drawback with Pledge of Allegiance is that while his last 3 races, as Paul pointed out, with those blinkers on, they have been improvement from the speed figure standpoint. But it's been over a year. It's been 14 months nearly since this horse last won a race, which was September 16th, 2021. He's just not a winning type.
No, I mean, the next biggest, most amount of races with a horse not winning is 7. He's 1 for 20. That's a lot of races without winning. He's accumulated 4 seconds, 3/3. I'm going to go to the outside. The 7 American Icon, son of Gun Runner. He's lightly raced. I saw, the ability there in his first couple of starts, and the way he warmed up and dropping in for 50. Maybe he gets back in the middle.
I think we'll know exactly how American Icon's going to run in the first 3 strides of this race.
How he breaks, right? If he breaks with that kind of enthusiasm that you like to see and puts himself forward, you go, okay, he's going to show up today.
Will he show up? That's the big question. He has not done so in his last 2 starts. Now he's 3rd off the layoff as we have 1 out. That means we'll throw it out to Travis Stone for the call here of race 6 from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Toward the outside, American Icon showing some early speed. Right there, too, is Drive for Fun. My Grass is Blue, not far behind. Marching comes through toward the rail. Up the back stretch they go, and American Icon for that outside post up to grab the lead. And Marching comes through toward the inside to grab second. My Grass is Blue pulls back out of there, losing ground 3rd. Drive for Fun in the clear, while 4th. Carbonite toward the inside, 5th and 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Rum and Tonic, and the early trailer is Pledge of Allegiance. They knocked out a quarter in 22-2. They're on the far turn, and they're chasing American Icon, who's clear by 2.5 lengths with 3 furlongs to go. Drive for Fun and Marching on the chase, 2nd and 3rd. Carbonite comes off the rail from 4th. Rum and Tonic in 5th. Pledge of Allegiance loops up 5 wide, 6th. They're off the turn. American Icon heads for home in front. Drive for Fun's putting in a run. Pledge of Allegiance bearing down the center. And here comes Pledge of Allegiance from off the pace to sweep to the lead. Opening up by 2 just like that. Pledge of Allegiance, finishing full of run from off the pace, will score by 4 on the wire. Drive for Fun checks in second. American Icon was third, and Carbonite was fourth.
And this might be the first winner we saw from Well off the pace today, Richie, as they complete, well, they don't have the 6.5 up there yet, but Pledge of Allegiance. It's a good thing we all do remember the Pledge of Allegiance, because he came rolling down the middle of the track, and whatever issue prohibited him from kind of seeing out that last race at Keeneland, it wasn't there today, and he just found this right field.
Yeah, he did. And listen, I think getting out of the kickback was the key. You see he was covered early, and it looked like he was kind of spinning his wheels. Joe Talamo wheeled him out to about the 5 or 6 path, and he really got on track and uncorked a nice stretch run. So Pledge of Allegiance getting it done. 2 for 21. Now somebody was going to come out of this race with 2 wins. And I was kind of hoping American Icon would hold on for second and have a patriotic exactor from my behalf.
Yeah, you could have had a lot of fun with that. But Tyler Gaffalione did exactly what we were hoping with American Icon, and he looked fairly comfortable, but at the end of the day, he just could not see it out. And Drive for Fun, he was the horse attending the pace with him, and he was able to outfinish him, getting second.
Yeah, he outgamed him, but no doubt about the winner. Pledge of Allegiance really rolled down the center of the track and got it done. Good job by Paul McGee. You know, we see you scare people off, vanned off. Well, he knew his horse, and he got him right, and here he is today getting it done for JMS Stables.
Well, unfortunately, we won't see him back at a racetrack ever again. But Flightline, wow, did he go out in dazzling fashion, taking this year's Breeders' Cup Classic. He truly is an Adonis of a thoroughbred. More on him here on America's Day at the Races.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Thanks for tuning in to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Well, we saw Pledge of Allegiance get career victory number 2 in start 21. Ridden to victory by Joe Talamo, trained by Paul McGee, and owned by JMS Stable.
Yeah, nice run from him. You can see he turns for home wide, but I think when he got out of the kickback, he got much more comfortable. He was trying to lug in a little bit here. Joe did a really good job keeping him straight, resorted to a left-handed crop, and you can see him changing his hold to right, making sure he keeps a straight line, and he just stormed down the center of the track to win as much the best. Nice run from Rusty Arnold, George Arnold training number 6, Drive for Fun. And then American Icon showed improved speed, just could not see it out.
Son of Constitution returns at 9:44 for the win. They exacted 2.6, 31.28 for $2. Over at our other track today, it's Horseshoe Indy. Their fourth race is on tap, and we are on the turf, going the 2-turn, 7.5 furlongs. And Richie, watching replays from Horseshoe Indy with regards to the turf, it always feels as though inside trips, which is usually typical of turf racing, really, were the ones who fared best. As we'll start here with number 2. That is Stewart's Rules. Notice that he wears those weird kind of goggles. It's like a net on their eyes.
Yeah, and sometimes they do that to keep a horse from getting too keen. It kind of takes him off the bridle a little bit.
Number 3 is Major Sparks. He was second in a similar race last time.
Closed really well last time and did save ground before angling out.
Yep. And number 4 is Slee Body.
Yeah, more of a deep closing type. Feels like he would have to find one of his best races.
Synthetic to turf for number 5, Expressed.
Yeah, one for 10,000 though at Belterra on the turf, 2 back. That was a pretty good race.
Stretching back out in distance is number 6, SS Trooper.
Yeah, and his route races to me seem a little bit hungry late, like he just can't see it out.
Number 7, Lord Revelstoke comes in from a 3rd place finish at Indy.
I thought he was interesting. I think if he could work out the right kind of trip.
It's all about getting over. His number 8 is Gray Streak, first off the claim for Sippy Contreras.
Yeah, 1 for 10 last time with a nice trip, and he's a little more tactical. I think he's in player too.
Filly Against the Boys, Naughty Nelly.
Yeah, she's trying the boys and did win last time she was seen on turf. She's 1 for 6 on the grass.
As number 10 rounds out the field for Darren Miller, I thought was a little bit interesting, Fredericktown.
Yeah, closed well. 2 starts back at Belterra on the turf. Has to work out some kind of a trip from out there. You don't want to be caught too wide.
If you want to play this race as well as all the others on our program today, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. If you're not a member, become one today. Use promo code MATCH200. Visit NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match bonus, where you can bet any track, including over 300 worldwide, anywhere, anytime. Well, in here, as I said, I thought number 10, Fredericktown, although I just kind of counteracted myself with saying that you want inside trips. But if he can get over as he goes out for the Miller team of dad and son, I thought his turf race 2 back, albeit at Belterra, was okay. And the winner out of that race, a Fleet Moment, came back with a 74 buyer and a win.
Yeah, it was interesting about this horse, though, right? He not that far out of it sprinting on the dirt, and then he was more of a deep closer on the turf race last time. Now, maybe that'll serve him well going back to that style, because at least maybe he can drop back and drop in and not be caught 3, 4, 5 wide in the first turn.
And Chase did give him a great ride that day. He was pretty far back, but then he got over to the rail from midway through the field and scooted up the rail around the turn. And maybe he isn't as good as Lord Revelstoke in here. That's number 7. But I figured he's kind of a little less exposed, only having the 1 turf race showing, and he has won on the turf prior if you go back a ways.
Yeah, but that was going 5 furlongs, and again, he was able to show more speed back then. I don't know what happened in the, that he lost a little bit of that speed, but I'm going to go to the 7, Lord
Revelstoke.
I kind of kept gravitating back to him. I feel like his better races put him right there, and if he can work out a trip also. Turf racing's so much about trips, but I first glance liked him and the 8 Gray Streak, and Gray Streak is obviously your favorite.
Gray Streak was just much the best. Coming in, I mean, this is a horse that has a stakes place effort. If you go back to the Hawthorne Derby. But the problem is that while he did dominate the field last time for 10, and there was a next time out winner in counter offer, that horse came back in the same race. But, I mean, yeah, he improved his buyer, but it wasn't as if he ran that much faster of a race.
No, that's fair, and especially as your favorite. Do you think this time of year, though, too, you'll start seeing horses, kind of turf horses, running in any race and kind of get into it's getting later in the season?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you want kind of the class of the field, despite him running for 10 last time, he is the class of the field, and I think that's where you see him here. So I SS Trooper could be a little interesting too. If you can get kind of out to the lead. There's also 2 speed horses from the inside in Full Impact and Stewards Rules, as I always want to say John Dooley, but today it's Brian Aragoni who does have the call of this 4th race coming up from Horseshoe Indy. It's race number 4, as we do have number 9 didn't want to go in the gate, but we're 1 out. We'll send it out to Brian.
15-1. Turf racing in November. An excellent start had by all as the gray SS Trooper ridden for speed but not able to clear off as Gray Streak first off the claim. Going to go with that one along with Naughty Nelly 3 wide into that first turn, but taking the worst of it. Fredericktown unable to save any ground as SS Trooper and Gray Streak go on with it. After that comes Naughty Nelly. Steward Rules gets a paint skimming trip under Gage Holmes. After that comes Sliev Audi along with Lord Revelstoke, who's 4 wide into the backside. Fredericktown and Chase Miller under a tight hold sitting in 5th. Then comes Sliev Audi along with Steward Rules down on the inside, and Expressed, the Indiana bred, can see them all with Major Sparks as those two in the back through reasonable opening fractions of 25 and 3, and SS Trooper puts the pedal to the metal and quickly puts a length clear on Gray Streak along with Naughty Nelly as those two continue to travel in tandem. Sliev Audi appears to have run but nowhere to go at this point as SS Trooper still a length clear. Naughty Nelly backs out of it rapidly, and Naughty Nelly waving the white flag. Lord Revelstoke under a drive and not responding at this point. Gray Streak trying to get on turns, but SS Trooper just continues to go, and SS Trooper and Fernando de la Cruz open up at the 8th pole, and Fernando de la Cruz and SS Trooper turn this field of 9 into a 1-horse romp. Major Sparks trying to get up for second. Major Sparks.
What a ride given by Fernando de la Cruz as he got to the lead, and you know when you see a jockey with intention and everybody else backs off, and then he backs off to get a 25 opening quarter.
This was a tremendous ride. This shows you why it's so good to be aggressive. Come out of the gate with intention. I want the lead. But then he got his horse to switch off. Once everybody backed off him, his ears came up. He didn't pull. He wasn't ranked. I questioned how far he really wanted to go because some of his races looked like he got a little bit keen. Well, he was nice and relaxed when he switched off on the lead, and he had plenty left through the stretch.
The Indiana bred stretching back out goes 2 for 2 off the Tiana Richardville trainer change, but we teased about him before. Well, you know, the good horses, we wait for them. As Flightline, he remains undefeated as he's off to the breeding shed, but we'll recap his scintillating Breeders' Cup Classic victory after this.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December. Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back with you here on America's Day at the races on FS2, and we are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Maggie Wolfendale, Richard Migliori, as well as Paul LaDuca out there in Louisville. But let's jump, what is it, I-64?
Yes,
from Lexington
I-64,
to Louisville?
yeah.
Let's go back down that road to this Saturday as we'll revisit the classic, won in amazing fashion by Flightline, Richie.
A tour de force, and chasing a really, really fast and good horse in Life is Good. He broke cleanly. You see Flavien allowed him to run forward. Want to make sure you secure your position, and now you're just going to be stalking Life is Good. And what I found interesting, every time he moved his hands, Flightline was right there for him. And they're going quick, Maggie. They're not walking the dog here. They're rolling along.
I actually enjoyed reading Arad Ortiz's quotes in saying that I knew the only way I could basically beat him was to go. And I just kept going faster, but I knew I was going fast, and I just kept looking back, and there he was, just breathing down my neck, and he went by me like I was standing still.
Yeah.
And he said, I've just never seen a horse do that before in my life.
No, and listen, this is a treat. This is, us as fans, and at the end of the day, boil it down to the purest form. We're fans. To see a horse like this takes me back to when I was a kid watching the great horses in the 70s, and it's nice to know that a horse can transport me back to that feeling. I've been in the industry my whole life now, and yet I feel like that little kid that fell in love with the game because of this horse. And going to the half-mile pole, you saw Irad try to put some separation.
He did.
And Flavien kind of asked his horse just a little bit. You saw him move his hands a little bit, and he got to him so quick he slowed him back down again because he was going to take him too soon. This was just a tour de force, a fantastic performance, and a horse that we're going to be talking about for a number of years to come. Unfortunately, we won't see him race anymore, but now we get to look forward to little Flightlines.
Yeah, his connection just stating, Mr. Hirona said, I am a racing man. I would love to keep him racing, but so many partners involved, and he's just way too valuable as a stallion, and he will stand at Lanes End Farm for $200,000 starting next year.
Starting at $200,000, it's just going to be incredible to see. I'm sure he's going to get tremendous quality mares flocking to him, so he'll get every opportunity to get off as a stallion. And we understand the economics of it. Just to keep a horse valued at what he's valued at now in training and racing with the insurance premiums. And honestly, who would show up against him at this point?
They tried, and I give so much credit to the connections of those other horses in that classic for showing up, because you think about Life is Good, he could have easily gone to the Breeders' Cup Mile and been a legitimate contender in there, but he took on Flightline, and Arad Ortiz took on Flightline knowing the only way he could beat him was try to beat him at his own game, and he won the classic by 8 1/4 lengths, but that was one of his smaller margins of victory.
I agree with you. They took it to him, too. They tried to win. They tried to beat him. They didn't take the safe route, go to a different race, or even maybe say, well, let's just try to make sure we finish second or third. They went all in, and they just, hats off to a better horse. I mean, takes nothing away from Life is Good, who I think will make a tremendous stallion. He has the natural speed. You saw his tenacity. He certainly got the right build, the right look. So kind of exciting, even though he didn't win the Classic, to see him go off to stud eventually and what he's going to do. And Flightline, again, a generational kind of talent.
Yeah, I as you said, I can't wait to see what he produces on the racetrack through his progeny, as he was an expensive yearling himself, selling for $1.7 million. Is beautifully bred and is a son of Tappet. Well, we had a gray horse, at least, win over at Horseshoe Indy. SS Trooper was able to stretch out his speed coming from those 2 5-furlong races, and one of them being a win. So he's won his last 2 for trainer Tiana Richardville.
And he's 3 for 3 with Fernando de la Cruz aboard. So obviously they have a nice kind of chemistry. He has an affinity for the horse, and getting him to settle so nicely on the lead was the key. SS Trooper, $7. Major Sparks rallied well. to be second. Gray Streak chased around there in third.
Yeah, it was kind of the betting kind of evened out there after they sprung the latch. SS Trooper dropping a little bit to that 5-2 range. Back over at Churchill, they are tacked and just about to hit the racetrack for this 7th race. It's a maiden special weight for the older horses going the 7 furlongs. We have several horses in here, Meg, coming in from layoff. Seems to be kind of the theme of this race, and actually the one a day shy from a year layoff to the day.
Wow, that's something. He's got an interesting work tab too. There are a couple, times he came back kind of quick. Steady works. Mike Maker, certainly a guy who can get a horse prepared off the layoff.
I found strange stats for him, though. And look, the horse is at 10-1, so not trying to be too harsh. I found one good stat and one not so good stat. 180-day plus layoff on the dirt route to sprint. He's 0 for 17. But if you eliminate the route to sprint angle and plug in maidens, he's 3 for 9.
Interesting.
It is interesting, right?
Yeah, really interesting. You see, you guys do that deeper digging. I'm
well, when I'm up here on the desk, I do.
Okay. I'm on the desk. I didn't do it.
Sorry. I didn't mean emphatic. Just food for thought. As number 1 is Mr. Yasuda. He actually steps back up in class, Meg.
Yeah, jumps back up in class off the layoff and gets a tough post going 7 furlongs, that inside draw.
Speaking of being up here on the desk, I always get annoyed when a horse that has run frequently in New York that I haven't seen, and Floki's Flight's one of them.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
But he ran on turf most of his starts in New York. He has one good run at Belmont in the mud.
Hitting Bombs is another one of those layoff runners. He's a deserved favorite, in my opinion.
Gets the complete makeover, too. First time gelding, first time Lasix. He's run races certainly good enough, and he's taken the money.
Another one off the year plus layoff for Steve Asmussen, son of Gunrunner, Under the Gun.
Was favored first time out, race won by High Oak, and gets Keith Asmussen for his dad, Steve.
Teaming up again. Number 5, it's first time starter, Top Secret.
Yeah, first time starter of Mare Secret that was trained by the late, great Alan Jerkins. I remember the mother running here in New York.
Number 6 is Mayan. I thought one that needed his last start, and he is owned by Judd Mott and trained by Bill Mott.
Yeah, you would think that progressively stretching out, this horse would get a little bit better, and we've seen that with Bill Mott runners too. Get a run under their belt, they usually improve.
Yeah, turning back though off of a 2-turn effort, number 7, War Room.
Yeah, showed good speed first time out sprinting, going 6, mile and a 16th, a little out of his scope, turning back to 7.
He got very rank that first turn and looked to be getting out even 2 down the backside. So we'll see if he can behave himself. He doesn't have to second turn to deal with. As rounding out the field is number 8, Triple Option. First off the claim for trainer Jason Cook.
Yeah, who's winning at 20% on the year. Has only had 35 starters. But a horse that's got well drawn, ran well going 7/8 last time. Still feels like he's going to have to take a step forward.
Yeah, he's 11-1 on the board, but currently, as your 2-1 favorite is number 3, Hitting Bombs. Now, he was running numbers as a 2-year-old that would win here. So even if he just comes back to his last effort, which we'll check out here, back on November 17th, he could win. And as you said, he gets that makeover with the Lasix and the new gelding, and he's just run well enough to win here. Now, do you downgrade him at all, given that those races were restricted maiden special weights?
No, I don't, because I think just what you're saying, his numbers as a 2-year-old were good enough to be competitive here, and now he's a year older.
Right.
And I like his work tab. He basically has worked every 7 days. I'm not as high on times as I am on spacing of workouts, because I just feel like when a horse has a consistent work pattern that says he's a healthy horse, he hasn't had interruptions in his training.
Right, and you feel as though you have that fitness, you have that foundation into them when they haven't been missing any work. Says number 2, Floki's Flight in here is another one turning back. He was wired last time by the horse that he dueled with the whole way. He ran a big figure, but now he's coming first off the claim for Dale Romans, whom we don't see claim many horses.
No, you really don't. But here's my issue with Floki's Flight. 6 starts, 5 seconds. And it feels like he kind of finds a way to snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory. I mean, he looked like he had this race won.
He did.
And then he hits the front, and oh, my job's over.
And switching back to his inside lead, and it looked like gut feeling was done as they, rounded into the stretch.
Yeah.
And he came back on him.
And you might say, well, that was a mile and a 16th, 7/8, maybe he won't do that. But he did the same exact thing back in May at Belmont, where it looked like he absolutely had to win, and Lord Gatling beat him. It was a very similar scenario where he got there, and he's very content to run with a horse, not so much to run by a horse.
And he is 4-1 on the board. But for more on this race, including number 3, Hitting Bombs, we check back in with Paulie.
Thanks, Maggie. And I've come up with a nickname for you guys, M Squared. Maggie and Mig. That's what I'm going with. M Squared whenever I come back to you. Okay, Hitting Bombs. I talked to actually Brian Lynch and asked him what's the gist behind this name. He said it's actually Phil Mickelson in a press conference after he won a major tournament. And somebody asked him, hey, what were you doing out there? He goes, I was just hitting bombs. And that's how this horse got his name, son of Gun Runner. And I tell you what, he is a tall drink of water coming off this almost year layoff, first time gelding, first time Lasix. Just the way he looked on the racetrack, he looked classy as well. I think he's the horse to beat. The 7 on the outside, War Room for Rudy Brissett, I think is the speed of this race. Speed has been good. Now, I did put the 2 in the winner's circle in the last race, Pledge of Allegiance, who came from way off the pace. But maybe the 7 can get to the front end here and maybe try to wire this field. Maybe not so top secret is the 5. I mean, this horse actually opened up at 4-1 for Wayne Mackey and Florent Giroux, son of Uncle Mo, and now up to 9-1. Maybe this horse is taking some sneaky money, at least in the pick 3s and the pick 4s, and the 6 Mine I think is another player in here. But just the way the Hitting Bombs looked, I would say at 9-5 is a little short, but the horse to beat. And to get back to what you guys were talking about, Flightline, I wanted to throw this into you guys. I was at the Breeders' Cup, and after the Breeders' Cup turf, they interviewed Aidan O'Brien, and Aidan O'Brien basically said, I'm here to watch Flightline. They said, why aren't you going to go home and get on your flight? He goes, I actually made my flight 2 hours later because I wanted to watch Flightline. I've been watching him. He said it on the telly, and he's brought so much interest. It was unbelievable to see him in the flesh, and I wanted to watch him run. It just shows you the impact not only in America but all around the world that Flightline has created.
Paul, that's great. I love that Aidan said that, and I got to be there too. Paulie, I don't know where you were. You didn't come see me. No, I'm kidding. There's a lot of people there, but I watched the race with my husband as well as his best friend, Ed Walker, who trains in England, and his owner. And for them to see that and not really be as privy to what he had done in his prior starts or kind of the hype, their jaws were dropped, and they knew that they were watching something special as well.
See, I love to hear that, because here's one of the most accomplished trainers in the world. And again, as a fan, we all got involved with this because we fell in love with it first, and then it became our lives and consumed us. But that passion is what started it all out.
Yeah. And we don't get treated to horses like him all the time. As his trainer, John Sadler, said, horses like him come around maybe 20 to 30 years. And so, yeah, it's sad that he only made the 6 starts, but what an impact and lasting one that he'll make on this industry.
I'll always have memories of watching him, and I got to see him once live, and that was in the Met Mile when he had to overcome adversity.
Well, Travis Stone, he was at the Breeders' Cup. Guess he got to see Flightline as well. He has the call of race number 7 here beneath the Twin Spires.
There in the gate. And they're off. For Loki's flight toward the inside. Under the gun is there Mayan and War Room and Triple Option on the far outside. Up the chute they go. The scramble is on early. They're stacked across. Floki's Flight down inside. Mayan is there under the gun. And War Room. Now those four go on with it. Triple Option comes away fifth. 5 lengths back. Top Secret sixth. Hitting bombs to that one's inside seventh. They're 9 or 10 lengths off the lead. And Mr. Yasuda's the trailer. Floki's Flight survives an early battle and steps out to lead by 2. 4 furlongs remaining in the opening quarter, 22-2. Now it's 3 for Floki's Flight. Floki's Flight down to the fire, turn under the gun, chasing second. War Room is now third. Mayan's under pressure fourth. Triple Option angles toward the outside fifth. Hitting bombs in sixth. Top Secret and Mr. Yasuda. Rounding the fire turn, Floki's Flight with a 4-length lead and 2 furlongs to hold it. Off the turn in front. Under the gun, set down for the drive. Triple Option is there. War Room fights on, hitting bombs down toward the rail with Mayan. Up top, it's Floki's Flight by 6, by 7 now. Floki's Flight finishing full of runs, gonna ramble home. The margin might be 12 at this point, and maybe a bit more than that. Floki's Flight, much the best. Triple Option second. Hitting bombs was third, and under the gun was fourth.
Flightline-esque margin of victory. Floki's Flight dominates this field, and as you said, you really liked what Joe Talamo did from the start.
Put him on the lead. This is what you do with horses that don't like to pass. Put them on the lead. You can ride them hard. They don't get rank, and they've already broken through that plane, and he was very impressive. Heads up plan and ride. Good execution. Excuse me. Joe Talamo. 2 wins in a row for him.
Back to back. I guess we are Joe's good luck charms. No, I'm kidding. No, some really good heads-up rides by Joe, and Floki's Flight wins first off the claim for Dale Romans and dominating this field, going the 7 furlongs. A turn back in distance is all he needed.
And the lead just kept on running. So we had Flightline. Now we got Floki's Flight.
Not quite to that level. And he's a gelding. No, Son of Kozan out of the With Distinction mare, In Love with Willie. Yeah, this one has been through several hands. Started out with Ned Allard, Rudy Rodriguez, Tom Amos, and now breaks through and start number 7 for Dale Romans. Well, we will check in with more of the Breeders' Cup races as the Distaff. That was a showdown between 3 talented fillies. We saw Blue Stripe trying to pull off the upset, battling in between, but it would come down to 2 of a bit of a rivalry as well between Clairiere and Malathat, the 2 daughters of Curlin. More to come on that race here on America's Day at the Races.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Talking about Curlin before the break, well, he stands at Hillendale at Alapa as where the obscure becomes obvious, and they obviously bring you our show. America's Day at the Races continues as race number 7 was won by Floki's Flight, ridden by Joe Talamo, who takes both races that Meg and I have been on for this time around for Dale Romans.
Yeah, it came from off the pace with Pledge of Allegiance, puts Floki's Flight right on the lead. He just skipped over the ground, just kept finding. Nice performance, take home the lion's share of a $120,000 purse. Maidens for $120,000.
Yeah, that's not a bad return for a horse that they claim for $50.
A very sharp claim by Dale Romans, a horse that has shown ability consistently and finally breaks through. I love putting horses on the lead that don't like to pass, and they get it done at 8:50. Now he's 1 win, 5 seconds from 7 starts.
Well, both horses that were first off the claims run 1-2 as Triple Option completes the Exacta, and Hitting Bombs, your favorite, had to settle for 3rd. Back over at Horseshoe Indy, we do have a little more turf racing. This one going a mile for horses who have never won 3, and it's for the fillies and mares. We'll kick things off with Depernia.
Yes, he's got good tactical speed from the inside, should be able to set up that coveted pocket position.
Number 2, Hot Heels, could be some speed.
I think could be the speed of the speed here, drawn towards the inside.
Always a good thing to have. The nearly white Lake Barkley. Or she is white. What am I talking about?
Yeah, she's white mare. Very rare to see that, but she would have to improve. Pretty to look at, though.
She is. Number 4, Tammy Ann. My mom was Tammy Lynn.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Not spelled that way. With 2 M's and a Y. Not really, not really. Turf races, meh.
Yeah, I think dirt form is much better than the turf form.
Southern Sky, a little interesting, had a bit of a troubled start last time.
Yeah, troubled start last time, but has had that propensity at times to kind of hop at the break, but taking some money.
Yeah, and then there's number 7, Most Definitely, who is not taking any money.
No, and this is another one that could be forward. Runs her best when she's up along with the pace.
Number 8, Give Us This Day.
Recent form really would have to improve.
Give me something is number 9. I know number 9 is Wild Tap It in here. Has only run in turf sprints.
Yeah, and predominantly dirt sprints, and then a few times on turf sprints as well. Would this horse be forward?
Take out number 10 and then number 11, Rianti.
At 8-5 from that post. Gonna have to get some luck with the run to the turn for sure. This horse is drawn very wide with Marcelino Pedrosa.
Yeah, he's coming in off of a win, but a somewhat slow one at that. But if you want to play both the tracks that we have on the show today, you can do so with your Naira Bets account, as we are offering a $20 bonus. If you bet $50 each at Churchill and Horseshoe Indy today, you earn that $20 bonus, win or lose. Make sure you opt in, though, when you visit NairaBets.com to play. 8-5 on Rianti. To me, Meg, doesn't she look just plain slow on paper as well? Like, she doesn't look faster than a horse like number 6, Southern Sky, when you isolate her turf races. I mean, the 71 4 back against a good field at Ellis. I know she was well beaten in turf racing terms, but class alone.
I'm with you. I mean, just the post itself, and then the fact that she just doesn't look that fast. I mean, she comes in off a win. Maybe that's what's getting her taking all the money, but 3-2 on a horse from that post. I thought the 1, 2, and the 6 had just as good, if not better, chances, and they're better posted.
Yeah, let's talk about both of those. As Hot Heels, as we were saying, could work out to be the speed in here from that more inside post position, and she did battle with the horse who was a 3-2 favorite, but she was just much the best that day, Bloody Mary Morning.
Yeah, and we just saw speed win the last turf race. SS Trooper went wire to wire.
Looks like the rails are out pretty far there.
And when a horse makes the lead, they're saving ground. If they're relaxed, it just, I don't know, it seems to me that that's makes it's just an easier trip. You're in front. You don't have to negotiate traffic. You're saving ground. You don't have to worry about, where am I going to go when the running starts? Who am I going to follow? All the decisions that if you're coming from off the pace in the turf that you have to make.
Now, she's ridden by Gage Holmes, who is a 5-pound apprentice now. And you've always said it. When you have a speed horse, it also pays to take the weight off.
Getting a 5-pound break in the weights with a rider that's going to stay out of the horse's way.
Yep.
The only thing you hope they don't ask them to run away from there too much. You
Run
don't want
off.
to. Yeah, you don't want to. Set them off where you don't get them to shut off. But listen, I think that 6-5 now on the outside. Rianti. Listen, I'll probably put this horse right in the winner's circle. I guess people are seeing winning, restricted allowance races now running for the 15,000. I've got different options here. I like the inside runners.
Yeah, Tapernia, as you were mentioning, she was wide throughout in her last start, albeit that was at Hawthorne, and she was fighting her rider where the winner, Safe Travels, she took them gate to wire, and I think, Marcelina Pedrosa would be well meant to keep her, up forward and secure that inside position.
Yeah, get that coveted pocket trip you want on the turf. Marcelina Pedrosa, a good rider, almost 130 wins so far this year.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did Marcelina Pedrosa stay on the 11? Anyway, Brian Aragoni, he has the call here of race number 5.
Running as Tammy Ann goes in search of the lead. Not really, did break well, but not involved early on in the pace as Hot Heels, and most definitely guides us under the wire for the first time. After that comes Rianti in third. Down on the inside in tightly at this point is Taperina. Taperina checking off of Heels and certainly affecting Not Really had to be shifted out after a few horses in tightly into that first turn. They're going quickly, 24-1 through that opening fraction. Sitting in 6 comes Wild Tappet. After that comes the gray Lake Barkley, as many of them well back early on. Tammy Ann along with Give Us This Day, and still nothing from Southern Sky as they are going rapidly up front. Most definitely in Hot Heels continue to battle through a 48-3 half mile. Not really sitting in third along with Taperina and Rianti in a perfect spot if good enough. The gray Lake Barkley trying to range into it along with Tammy Ann, as the rest of No Consequence at this point, they're starting to tack up at the top of the lane. Not really 4 wide. Taperina appears full of run but looking for somewhere to go. Our leading rider Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. has horse, but he's all bottled up at this point. We'll see if Hot Heels anything left. Taperina finds the rail and finds the lead as Hot Heels trying to battle on, but Taperina got a perfect trip. And now kicking in on the outside is Wild Tappet. Taperina from Hot Heels. Taperina and Hot Heels. Taperina. An excellent ride from Marcelino Pedrosa Jr.
And you could see it all unfolding as they turn for home, Mig. As you said, number 2, Hot Heels, wanting to get out, and Marcelino Pedrosa knew exactly what he was going to do.
Yeah, you could see he set up shop there. He said, I'll wait, because when Gage Holmes has to let Hot Heels run, she's going to drift. And Marcelino Pedrosa anticipated that, slid through there. Nice ride by him. Good ride from Gage Holmes, too. He did the best he could with a horse that was trying to drift with him, and she hung in there gamely.
As Gage Holmes, watching her ride, she is getting stronger, but a narrow defeat by Tapernia, or Taperina. What do you think it is? I thought it was Tapernia, but it might be Taperina.
I like it the way you said it, but
it sounds better.
Listen, I just called Gage Holmes a guy, so my apologies.
It's
Very
like
nice ride by her.
It's like Forrest Boyce. When she first started riding, I thought she was a guy. Right? I mean, it's a very androgynous name.
Well, but it is my apologies.
No worries.
But it was a good ride, regardless.
It was. Well, we will bring you official prices from the 1-2 finish, as Mig was pointing out. Inside horses running well and horses that are getting to the front on the turf at Horseshoe Indy. Well, 2 horses that weren't on the front in the distaff, Clariere and Malathat. And Richie, we saw going into this race Nest be the favorite, and like we projected, Society from the outside was gun to the lead by Florent Geroux and set some fairly quick fractions. Blue Stripe, though, I thought her effort was very good considering she was closest, and Malathat and Clairiere just kind of biding their time while well back.
Yeah, and you got to feel for Hector Barriol on Blue Stripe. He gave her an absolutely perfect ride. He got to save ground, tip out when he needed to, got out before Malathat could kind of put the block on him and shove him in. And you just don't know how many times a rider's going to get an opportunity to be in this position. Now, he gave her a perfect ride. I hope he understands that and he's not too disappointed. Blue Stripe ran fantastic. Malathat just found a way, and she's now.
She does, doesn't she?
I mean, she just does. She figures out, you know, where the wire is and put her head out and nose down, and she gets up. And I love this mare. This is my second favorite performance next to Flight Lines because she willed herself to win. Clairiere, nice run up the inside. Blue Stripe, an unfortunate loser. Malathat ends her career with 10 victories from 14 starts, 6 Grade 1s, 4 for 4 at Keeneland. She obviously likes that area.
She does. She loves the Bluegrass State, to say the least. And you know what? I love Malathat because there's just something so honest about her, too. You can just look in her face and know that, and so intelligent. She is a daughter of Curlin, out of Dreaming of Julia. You know, it's interesting. I was reading a write-up that Dave Grenig posted on DRF.com about what the Eclipse race is looking like for each division, and you would have to think that Malathat kind of sewed things up. He didn't write one, though, about outstanding breeder. It almost feels like Stone Street this year might get that honor.
You know, I hadn't really thought about that, but I think you're right as well. I mean, and this goes a long way towards that. You know, the breeder of this one owned by Shadwell, she was purchased for over $1 million as a yearling, but that's why I like her. I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking, and she embodies that. She's the epitome of that, and I'm just so happy to see her go out with a win.
I love her face. She has those big ears, and just that big head, and it's you know, they can't tell you, and you can't necessarily decipher how honest they're going to be. But when one walks into your barn with that kind of look about them, you have to feel pretty good.
Oh, absolutely. And she does. She has that intelligent look. I liked some of the video we saw of her getting off the van, going home to the farm, and the way she was kind of taking everything in and looking at it, and just that intelligence kind of shining through. And usually those make really good moms, too.
Yeah,
they're
I can see her being a good mom. And she just has that size about her, too. So really looking forward to seeing Malathat babies in a couple years from now, hopefully on the racetrack. But I think definitely with that win in the distaff, she likely sews up older filly mare.
Oh, I don't see how she could not be the champion older mare. And how about a Flightline Malathat baby?
Ooh, I like the way
I don't know how they match up, but
I don't either, but I think I like the way you're thinking. As we'll take a look at Horseshoe Indy, their winner's circle, Tapernia. I'm sticking with it, as Marcelino Pedrosa did stay on her, and the right call, a great ride as she gets the win here for Anthony Granitz.
She's having an inside post, and you don't have to worry about getting to that position. You just kind of sit, got your spot, and he waited for the room. When the room came, Hot Heels drifted a little bit. He cut the corner and got it done. Nice ride by Marcelino Pedrosa. Nice ride by Gage Holmes on Hot Heels. You pointed it out when we started. Inside position on turf at Horseshoe Indy is a benefit.
Well, we don't have any more turf races to talk about here on our section, but for future notice, as we'll jump back to Churchill Downs, as their 8th race is coming up. It is the feature. Looking forward to this allowance race going the mile, and some horses coming back off layouts that are very intriguing, including Grantham. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships?
One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the vernacular in a way that it was not.
We started with some 21 organizations, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
We are off and running here on FS2. It's America's Day at the Races, proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. We have racing beneath the Twin Spires. It's the featured 8th. It's an allowance race. Purse of $127,000, going the 1-turn mile as horses are walking through the tunnel, making their way to the track. But 3-2, Meg, we were just questioning that on Ben Diesel.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he ran well last time going 7 furlongs. That was, off of a freshening. I guess people are looking at, he ran in the Arkansas Derby, the Rebel, the Southwest, but he was pretty well beaten in those.
Well, that horse ran in the Tampa Bay Derby, Grantham.
And this is who I kind of like. And look at his work tab. He really kind of picked up the tempo as S3-4 works.
On his toes, off a bit of a freshening, #2, Bourbon Thunder.
Yeah, get Chris Landaros on board for his father-in-law, Ian Wilkes.
Second off a layoff is #3, Classic Moment, who was just second best in that live race that we were talking about.
Yeah, against Strobe, showed good speed and should be a little better for the effort.
Bit of a long shot. Looks more to be a turf horse, #4, Policy Option.
Yeah, and just seems like this is the option they had, so they're running him on the dirt, but his turf races are definitely better.
Yeah. As #5 is a Legionnaire, one also going from turf to dirt, but he does have some fast dirt races.
Yeah, he does. I mean, in one of his good races, 7/8, he was well beaten, but his best Beyer speed figure at Churchill Downs.
With an 82 back, did take advantage of a fast pace, but Meister, nice one. #6, Ben Diesel, that's your favorite.
Yeah, he's your favorite. I question him as your favorite, but I tell you what, he looks pretty good the way he's walking on the racetrack.
Yeah.
I like the way he kind of bows his head at the walk.
I feel like they named him right. A nod to Vin Diesel, I would think.
Yeah, very good.
Hippodrome, we just saw him up here in New York. Blinkers go on this time. Back on, I should say.
Yeah, just would have to improve, it feels like.
I thought #8, Minnesota Ready, as a long shot was a little bit intriguing in here, Meg. Last time we saw him on the dirt, it was against a decent field back in June.
Yeah, and before that, breaking his maiden at Churchill Downs, going the 6.5. And you get Corey Lannery from that post. I wonder what Corey Lannery's going to do, because he's a guy that loves to ride the rail.
We'll see if he can get over as Ben Diesel, his first start off the layoff and first start for the coach, Steve Wayne Lucas. He was attending a pace that, I don't want to say fell apart, but the winner did come from well back.
Yeah, and you can see he's got, looks like he's got dead aim here on Flavian Pratt. Like you said, a cavalry charge, and a horse just comes and pips him at the wire. And
yeah, with the yellow cap, Joel Rosario riding the winner. It doesn't look like that horse is going to get up. It looks like Ben Diesel is going to eke out a victory here, and just denied.
He's holding off everybody just around him, and then here comes Joel with that patented late run. I rode with Joel in California.
Oh, did you?
At the end of my career, when he was really starting to take off.
Yeah.
It would be frustrating to ride with him now, and get pipped on the wire like that from him, because like here he comes out of nowhere. You think
Did he do that at all to you when you were riding with him in California?
No. Honestly, he wasn't riding as much stock then. He was just he'd come down from Northern California. He was starting to build a reputation. It was obvious, and other jockeys usually know before anybody else the guys who can really ride. And you knew that this guy was destined for really good things. You're not going to go around saying that to other trainers, because then they're going to put him on their horses instead of you.
You don't want to sell him more than yourself. Number 1 is Grantham in here. He returns off the March layoff, and we haven't seen him on a fast main track since his debut, which was nearly a year ago, going the 7/8 distance. Now he comes back with Lasix, and here he is in that Tampa Bay Derby being wired by Classic Causeway.
Yeah, Classic Causeway, a very nice horse in his own right, turned out to be pretty good on the turf as well. And listen, Grantham, I think, makes a lot of sense. You got to think he's going to improve just maturity from March of his 3-year-old year till now. And look, even his Withers wasn't a bad race. Early voting, I think he makes a lot of sense here. The post isn't great, but I prefer him over Ben Diesel.
I mean, I loved him when he ran in the Withers. He's a big, good-looking horse, and I love the way that he got over the track that day. And that was a muddy, tiring track. So I think he could be even better over the fast surface. As we check back in with Paul LaDuca, what are you seeing from this field? I think a fairly contentious one, Paulie.
Yeah, Maggie, I think this is a salty field for a $127,000 race, and it's kind of like a mini Grade 3. When you look at some of these horses, you like the 3 Classic Moment. This horse broke his maiden beating Cyberknife. You look at the 1 Grantham you talked about, Classic Causeway. You look at Policy Option. You see Uber Kirk. You see King Fury, Legionnaire. You see Elite Power, who just won the Breeders' Cup Sprint. You see Ben Diesel, who ran a giant race. And I'm kind of with you on the bottom horse, Minnesota Ready. So let's start with the 3 here, Classic Moment. He comes out of the race with Strobe. Now, the 8th and 9th place finishers ran earlier today in a maiden 50. And I want to say one of them ran 3rd. The 7 horse did that earlier in the card. The key is going to be, what does Gerardo Corrales, who does have a win on the card, and he was on the send, does he send Grantham, or does Classic Moment send? Who gets the front end in here? The 1 or the 3. I think the 3 might get it, and Corrales might sit, but you just don't know. 2 horses, at least Grantham coming off the layoff. The 1 might be sharp and might head towards the lead. Now, Ben Diesel, I actually liked his last race because he was hung out wide. He showed a lot of fight. God, he is a tank, just like most of D. Wayne Lucas's horses. You're right, Maggie. He looks like Vin Diesel, the horse. He is an absolute animal, a tank, and I think he'll run back to where he ran last time, which could make him very, very tough, but I just think this is a saltier field. And Maggie, I'm with you. The 8 Minnesota Ready broke his maiden at 6.5 furlongs with current Corey Lanerie 21-1, exploded that day. I remember I bet this horse the next time that he ran, he got absolutely sawed off, had nowhere to go. It doesn't show in the running lines. And then Corey had to wheel him about 5 wide, and he just had too much to do. He came back on the turf, ran into a monster turf field. But if you look, he's a better dirt horse. His numbers are better on the dirt, period. And at 9-1, maybe worth a shot. I don't love horses coming from way off the pace today. Maybe Corey can take a little bit, or keep a little bit close. But I really thought the 3 and the 8 in here, and obviously, like you guys said, the 1 is a player. I just can't take Ben Diesel at 6-5 off that giant effort last time out.
It does feel a bit short, Paulie's right, as Ben Diesel continues to hold strong as your favorite. And Grantham dropped a little bit to 3-1 right now. But talk a little bit about what you were saying with the spacing of his workouts.
Yeah, I mean, Grantham, usually horses work every 6 or 7 days, sometimes 8 days, depending on the trainer's preference. He worked on October 11th, a week later, October 18th. 4 days later on October 22nd, 3 days later on October 25th, and then back to that 8-day pattern, his last work, 8 days from that October 25th. So the tempo and the timing of his spacing of his works really picked up, and tells me that, hey, they tuned him up. They cranked him up for this, and I just found that kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, do you think he could be the speed in here, as Paulie was saying, depending on what Geraldo Corrales does?
Well, I think from the rail, he's got to leave. If he's not fast enough, he's not fast enough. But you've got to try to create some separation. I thought Classic Moment potentially could be the main speed. Now, he chased Strobe last time. Strobe is 2 for 2, and he looks like a kind of
progressive type.
Yeah, a horse that he's got a lot of talent. Also a horse that I've been very interested in. He's out of that mare Flashing, who was the last Grade 1 winner of my career.
That's right.
Yeah, won the ballerina honor in Saratoga.
What a great name, too.
Yeah.
It's kind of like duh.
Flashing, Strobe, right?
Perfect.
And he being by Into Mischief as well. So I think he faced a real talent there, and he should be very forward. I like your guys' idea with the 8. Listen, Ben Diesel could win. I just don't want him as the favorite.
No, I just thought there were way too many interesting options in here. And to take 3 to 2, it just seems awfully short. But yes, Minnesota Ready, he's going to be hoping that they soften things up a bit. But we did see a horse come from well off the pace back in today's 6th race with Pledge of Allegiance. He was last early on.
I think the reason horses aren't doing as well from up pace, the kickback. I think,
you
safe
see it
ground
here
would
too.
come out.
Yeah.
Been tough here. Horses
really
not running through
tough.
the kickback.
And they're just covered. I mean, it's like caked onto them as we throw it out to Travis Stone for the rest of the load and call here of the featured 8th race from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Good beginning for Classic Moment, bouncing out near the top. Legionnaire is there. Ben Diesel from the outside. Hippodrome from that far outside post races up as well, and Grantham comes off the rail to track the leader, Classic Moment, as they advance up the chute and they head for the main track. So it's Classic Moment in front. Prompted on the outside by Ben Diesel in second. Hippodrome comes away third. Grantham right in behind the speed, fourth and toward the rail. 3 lengths back. Legionnaire out racing in fifth. Minnesota Ready sixth by another 4. Bourbon Thunders near the back with the early trailer. Policy Option. Opening quarter goes in a sharp 22 and 4. Down the back stretch run. Classic Moment the leader. Pressed along by Ben Diesel in second. They go 1-2 past the half-mile pole, and that opening half was 45 and 2/5 seconds. Hippodrome is right up there on this pace, 3 wide while third. Grantham's going the wrong way. Legionnaire's advancing down toward the rail. Minnesota Ready advancing on the outside. They're both within 3 lengths of the lead. Farther back, it's Policy Option and Bourbon Thunder. So round the far turn, Classic Moment and Ben Diesel still head-to-head. Off the turn together. Legionnaire pops outside from third. Here comes Legionnaire now. Minnesota Ready down the center, heading for the 8th pole. Classic Moment comes away with the lead. Legionnaire's bearing down. Ben Diesel fights on. Minnesota Ready 4th. Final 16th coming, and Legionnaire kicks away. Legionnaire opening up to the wire. Sharp in victory by 3 in the end. Ben Diesel second, Classic Moment was third, and Minnesota Ready finished 4th.
Legionnaire and the bit of an upset as he was up towards the pace, kind of tracking it early on here, Meg, but a return back to the dirt out of a live race, which was won by Meister. Set him up beautifully here for Tom Drury, Bruce Lunsford, and Claiborne Farm.
Yeah, and what a nice ride from Brian Hernandez, that inside-out move. You saw him sliding up and behind horses around the far turn, tipped out when he got in the clear. You could see Legionnaire really drop his head and kick on. Distorted Legacy, a nice mare in her own right. Out of that mare, Bunting, a Bruce Lunsford homebred. Legionnaire got it done. Contested pace. I will say that you got to give a lot of credit to Classic Moment, because he was fighting off all challenges. He just couldn't hold off your eventual winner.
Yeah, did he stay on for second?
I thought he did, but maybe he didn't. Maybe Ben Diesel. I would have said Vin Diesel. Ben Diesel might have pipped him, but the two of them ran 1-2 around the track. They put on their own personal war, and then Legionnaire. Yeah, so it was the 3 that hung on, but the 6 was always right with him, Ben Diesel. So they had their own personal battle. Legionnaire won the war. That's what I was trying to say.
You got it. Minnesota Ready will complete the superfecta, but Legionnaire, son of Into Mischief, gets the victory. Nice tune-up on the turf. Back to the dirt here, going the mile. Gets the victory at 9-1 as Cody's Wish. Wow. I'm not crying, you are. No, just kidding. I was blubbing my eyes out watching Cody's Wish cross the line in front and what it meant to young Cody Dorman, as we'll have more on this Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile victory after this break. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are happy to be brought to you by Run Happy, who proudly stands in stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. He was a champion sprinter who raced medication-free, also won the Breeders' Cup Sprint as Legionnaire. This one part owned by Claiborne Farm, is also owned by Bruce Lunsford and Tom Drury, who trained Art Collector, who will be standing at Claiborne Farm for 2023. But for more on Legionnaire, who pulls off the upset, paying the $20.42 for the win, we check in with Paul LaDuca, standing by with Mr. Drury.
Yeah, Tommy Drury here, trainer of the winner, Legionnaire. He's instructing some people to take a video of this. I don't know why, Tommy. Why? Are we good friends or not?
Well, I'm with the celebrity here. I want to make sure. I want to make sure everybody knows that you and I are close friends.
Oh wow, this horse ran giants. Now you told me you needed this one. The race behind Elite Power, he's been showing signs that he's been improving.
You know he has. Everybody knows who his half brother is, and the pressure's on. You got the weight of the world on your shoulders when you lead him over here, and to have him step up today and show us what he's capable of. I mean, this is our Derby. I mean, this was just a fantastic race.
And it's also to have Mr. Lunsford here, isn't it? A beautiful sight in Claiborne Farm.
Oh, I mean, gosh, you know. Bruce Lunsford and Claiborne Farm, enough said. You know, the names within themselves says enough. And yeah, to get an opportunity like this, it means everything. And to have them trust me with a horse of this caliber, it's pretty special to have him step up today and get it done.
I know you take it race by race, Tommy, because you're really patient. But where would you go from here with him?
You'd have to ask Bruce that one. I'm sure he's already got 3 spots picked out. But we're just going to enjoy this one today, and glad to get the win. Glad to get him going in the right direction. And I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Listen to the manager and throw a shutout, right, Tommy? Congratulations. Legionnaire gets the job done for Tommy Drury. one of the most underrated trainers in the game.
Hopefully somebody got that video of Paulie interviewing Tom Drury and, as he alluded to, Legionnaire, the younger brother to Art Collector.
Yeah, so obviously that Claiborne tie-in that Art Collector going to stand there, have a piece of this horse. And this was just a really nice effort from him. He looked so professional doing it, running through that kickback, sliding up into the pocket, tipping out nicely under Brian Hernandez. And powered away. Good effort.
Yeah, we'll see if Bruce Lunsford has a stake possibly picked out next for him. As we were talking, Curlin kind of seemed to be the sire of the Breeders' Cup. Well, he got another one, this time around for Godolphin and Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. But more importantly, the horse's namesake, Cody Dorman, who does suffer from Wolff-Hirschhorn syndrome. It's a rare genetic disorder, and if you saw the feature on him, Meg, his parents saying that he wouldn't live past, or doctors told them he wouldn't live past the age of 2. He is now 17, and he was on site to watch Cody's Wish win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Just incredible that he met Cody's Wish when Cody's Wish was just a weanling.
Yeah, in 2018 as a Make-A-Wish Foundation.
And the way they, obviously you could see Cody's Wish putting his head basically in his lap, and now here he is, an older horse, racing fit. You know how aggressive they can get, and when he's there with Cody Dorman, putting his head in his lap again, and it looked like just a replay, just a bigger version of this Cody's Wish. I mean, it really is just so heart-touching and amazing, and I'm sure that his family appreciates this experience, and Cody is just really as heartwarming a story as you're going to have.
It really is. I was crying, and we even saw Cody brought to tears. And if you watch the feature and have watched, whatever press you've seen on Cody Dorman, part of this syndrome is it's tough to show emotion. And his father, Kelly, said that, one of the few times that he's actually heard a belly laugh from Cody is when Cody's Wish has his head in his lap. And to see him crying in the winner's circle, you just knew how much it meant to him.
Well, and that he understands so much of what's going on and the impact of that. And it's just a really remarkable story. And I love when horses can reach people and touch lives in that way. And, us as horse people kind of know, we have that understanding that they're able to do that.
Yeah.
But it's nice that the rest of the world gets an opportunity to see that.
And on such a big stage as well. And Cody Dorman said, he knew. They have said that he has predicted every one of his wins, but he also predicted the second place finish at Tampa, and that he also called scalding. So he's also a very good handicapper, Cody.
I like that.
Well, they are loading in line for today's 6th race from Horseshoe Indy. It is an Indiana-bred maiden special weight. They're going the 2-turn mile, these 2-year-olds, and it seems as though the inside runners in here, possibly Jay's Naughty Boy stretching out. We'll see if he shows a bit more pace, as he does have that coveted inside position. But Mas Oro making start number 8. Looks to be as though he could be the one to beat in here, as we send it out to Brian Aragoni, who brings you the call of race 6 from Horseshoe Indy.
We're locked. Very restless in the gate. South Decatur. They're off and running. Broken a line. Very even beginning as Air Marshall goes looking for the lead through a controlled pace early on. Karnak Tour and Brian Rivera going to go with that one, along with Looney, who's 3 wide, but even wider than that is Mas Oro. 4-path for Mas Oro. Always Spring taking the worst of it. After that comes Jay's Naughty Boy, gets a ground-saving trip along with South Decatur and Secreto de Amor and Starlight Run, Starlight Walk through this first quarter. 24-3 through a contested opening quarter. quarter with Karnak on tour, going with Looney, who's in the two-path. Mas Oro getting a great trip just off the dueling leaders. Air Marshal saving all the ground under Deshaun Parker. Then comes South Decatur, along with Always Spring, who continues to be wide. Now Secreto de Amor closing into it, and Jay's Naughty Boy going to have to weave his way through traffic in here for Jay's Naughty Boy. As Always Spring, the first one to come under a ride, and Starlight Run going to have to pass them all the half mile in 48.94 as Mas Oro and Fernando de la Cruz attack. Karnak on tour, waving the white flag, and Looney under an all-out drive with little left in the tank. New challengers coming for Mas Oro. Here comes Jay's Naughty Boy, and Rodney Prescott and Jay's Naughty Boy feeling frisky, but down on the inside, South Decatur catches an Aqueduct on the inside, and Jay's Naughty Boy looking for the home run in here. Karnak on tour resurgent as Secreto de Amor rolls into second, but Jay's Naughty Boy didn't get turned down today. It's a home run for Rodney Prescott and Jay's Naughty Boy as Secreto de Amor needs to settle for second, along with Starlight Run rallies for third.
The son of Gormley, Jay's Naughty Boy takes favorably to the stretch out in distance and wins by open lengths over Secreto de Amor, as well as the 9 Starlight Run, the other stretch out.
He made this nice, long, sustained run around the far turn. He just looked like a winner every step when he extricated himself from that rail position. Rodney Prescott, now 4,061 wins.
We will bring you official prices, but what a weekend Godolphin and Charlie Appleby had at the Breeders' Cup. You know how many wins Charlie Appleby has in the Breeders' Cup, Meg? Off the top of your head? 9.
Wow.
The guy doesn't even race and train here. He just brings them locked and loaded. We'll recap his 3 winners from the weekend on America's Day at the Races.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Oh, the best place to be when it comes to the holiday season, right outside of Radio City Music Hall. Love Manhattan during the holidays. But this show is brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Back over at Horseshoe Indy. Mig, 2 horses you were interested in. And again, we see the inside runners, no matter what surface they're on, at Horseshoe Indy. Jay's Naughty Boy takes favorably from the 6 furlong to the mile stretch out.
He did this nicely, this son of Gormley, the way he loomed up. Kind of a long, sustained run when you get out from the inside. Secreto de Amor looked like he ran into a little bit of traffic, backed up, but then rallied again gamely. One thing about inside posts, going 2 turns. You're going to save ground on that first turn, so you can afford to give up a little ground later on if you have horse underneath you. So that was great. And with Naira Betts, you could be watching the Rockettes play in your favorite track.
That's what degenerates do. Just kidding. As we saw some really special performances over the weekend at Keeneland, and as I mentioned, 9 Breeders' Cup wins for trainer Charlie Appleby with only 18 starters, which is just ridiculous. As Modern Games, he is undefeated when in North America.
Just a really great turn of foot. He likes, when the ground is firm. He's performed on less than firm ground, but I think firm ground is key. Another incredible ride by William Buick, who to me is, if not the best rider in Europe, top 3. I just love the way he finishes. I love him tactically. Of course,
he's so versatile.
So versatile. He can do anything.
And a great guy, too.
Yeah, really, really solid human being. Classy.
Down to earth.
Very down to earth, and just got it done here. Cheryl Spite just got up for second. And
is he always a big price? He doesn't deserve to be a big price, and I feel like sometimes he's just in the wrong spots. And
no respect. And his best race of his life was at Keeneland in the Maker's Mark Mile, so you knew he handled Keeneland well.
How's he up for second here? That's incredible.
Yeah, but Modern Game, think about all the shipping he did too.
Yeah.
And coming back after he was at Woodbine, then he went back to run it in England and came back here again. And he's a cool little handy-looking horse, ain't he?
He is a son of Dubawi. Certainly has that Dubawi kind of frame to him. Out of the new approach mare, Modern Ideals, as he is Godolphin owned and bred. And look, the thing with Charlie Appleby is, I was talking with people about his success, is that I think when he comes to America, he knows exactly which horses are going to run well here, and his horses don't look like Europeans. He's figured out how to ship them where they don't lose any conditioning. They are more muscle-bound, more like our American horses than your other European invaders, and it's because, too, he doesn't have to worry about anything else. When you train for Godolphin,
sure,
you just have to worry about training your horses.
Right. And they're going to get sent here in first class.
Right.
And he definitely has the formula. He picks out what horses are going to adapt to American racing the best. And obviously his horses are well conditioned. This horse got away at too big a price.
I couldn't believe that. As you are checking out the Breeders' Cup Turf, Rebels Romance, another son of Dubawi, came in here off of a 4-race win streak, including 2 Group 1s, albeit in Germany. Do you think people looked kind of downward at the German races?
Yeah, if they didn't look down on it, I don't think they knew how to decipher how good those races were. But the turn of foot on these horses is what differentiates them from, most of our American runners. And he got over his right late and then just widened at will. Put such separation on the field. Quick Jamie Doyle got to ride here. Maybe that was part of it too, that William Buick wound up on the 3-year-old that, has been running here.
I think that threw people off as well.
Yeah, I think maybe that had something to do with it too. But here was a really good, accomplished 4-year-old who got a real nice ride, a nice trip in it. Listen, you take the top 30, 40 jockeys around the world. You know what separates them? Opportunity.
Yep.
Getting on the right horses on the right day.
Yeah, exactly. As James Doyle, he gets to win aboard Rebels Romance, but Charlie also won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint with Mischief Magic. Bit of an upset there too. Modern Games, his dual Breeders' Cup winner. He's won back-to-back Breeders' Cup Turfs last year with Yabir. He goes back to 2013, so he's been doing this for nearly 10 years now, but still, that record is...
He doesn't show up unless he believes they've got a chance and not just throwing mud at the wall, right?
Yeah.
Now you want to impress me, I want to see some dirt wins in there.
I love exactly. Come on, do it like Aiden. Aiden would bring his best turf horses and run them in the Classic. You think about Giants Causeway and what he did in the Classic too, but I love the tweet. I think it was either Charlie's wife or daughter. Sunday, after the Breeders' Cup, he was getting ponies off the trailer for a horse show.
That's what you do. I like that even more.
Yeah.
When you're a horse person all the way through, and nothing more important than making sure your horses at home are taken care of.
Even if they're for your daughters. As we'll take a look at the nightcap from Churchill Downs. It is coming up. Horses are on the track. It's a maiden 50 going the 6 furlongs. And we do see a couple of scratches in here. Take out the 2 and the 6. Number 7, Charlie Rude. First time on the main track is your current 2-1 favorite. I have my doubts, but that's neither here nor there. His number 1 is Please Be Kind.
I like the name. I think that's good advice for everybody. Just be kind. Drops down a little bit more after a well-beaten second last time.
Yeah, Paul McGee and Sam Siegel looking for their second win on the card. His number 3 is Rolliston. Takes the blinkers off.
Yeah, takes the blinkers off after showing more speed last time. Maybe they want this horse to settle a bit more. It's going to have to get better.
Puglia dropped in class. This time around, though, for Brendan Walsh off the trainer change, was facing much better last year.
Yeah, I think this horse faced a lot better, and I like the spot this horse lands in this time.
Cami Cat could work out to be another one that is attending the pace. She goes out for trainer Eric Foster.
Yeah, it feels like she's the speed here.
As she'll try to take them gate to wire. Now, Charlie Rude, I know Mike McCarthy works his magic, but to me, this is a filly who is all turf. I mean, there is some dirt pedigree, but when I saw her, at least in New York, I thought she just looked all turf meant.
Well, it's just hard for me to ever take a horse as a favorite doing something for the first time.
Right. As number 8, Magic Palace is a first-time starter.
First-time starter, acting a little bit green with the pony. Steady work, Tab.
Yeah, it's 11-1, so taking some nibbles on the board is number 9. Playful Kitten is a long shot.
Yeah, first-time starter not taking any money whatsoever, and we try to let the board help us, be a guide as this horse been showing much in the mornings.
Is wearing front wraps for the debut. Seems to be maybe a little bit clueless out there with the pony. Getting a nice solo warm-up, though. First off the claim is number 10, Somebody Loves Me.
Yeah, horse that just was claimed last time, moves up in class, but ran well last time and should be forward early.
Ethan West has great numbers first off the claim with maidens. He is 4 for 11, positive ROI. As number 11 is Penitent Rose, also showed speed on debut.
This horse is 10-1 morning line, 6-1, getting more appropriate price, I believe, there. I thought this horse was a player. Why couldn't this horse take another step forward off of that race?
I know. I thought it was a little bit of a big morning line for what she showed first time out. As we'll check in with Paul for his thoughts here on this field to close out this card. Paulie, great job today.
Thanks. I wish I could have picked a couple more winners, Maggie, but a lot of people are hinging on the one. Paul McGee here, and Please Be Kind. Now, he's ready as a winner on the card, does Paul. $16,000 in the pick 6 to that horse, $16,000 to the 4 and the 5. Jackpot hit if the 7 or the 11 get home, the Michael McCarthy runner. And I'm in agreement with Mig on the outside runner for Anna Mia, too, as well. This one was bred by Frank Mia, but a horse that did show good speed first time out, Penitence Rose. To one, Please Be Kind. We've seen a 1 for 20 horse win for Paul McGee and just jogged. And this is a horse that's going to do different from that other one. Pledge of Allegiance came from way out of it. Please Be Kind, I would think, has got to go to the front end. But can she out quick the 5, Cami Cat in here, who looks really, really fast? So maybe there's going to be a nice little pace to maybe run at. But again, we've seen horses closing in the middle of the racetrack in somewhat of the, I would say, the classier races. When you get down to this level, it's still maiden 50, but it might be hard to pass in here. The 4, Puglia, is another horse that I don't know how far back, a horse that is taking a little bit of money, gets Lasix, drops for Brendan Walsh as well. Charlie Rude, I'm with you guys, is a tough read in here from Michael McCarthy. A lot of people are looking back towards Actuator, thinking, they dropped the Actuator in, and they're all looking for that. But I don't know at 5-2 if that's the horse you want to bet. I'm kind of with you guys. I think the 11 with Declan Cannon, horse improved. It was a nice little effort first time out. Should improve second time out. Anna Mia is a very good trainer. She's 13%. Don't really love the draw, but you do get 2 scratches in here. So you do get the 9 draw. So again, 7 and 11 will pay out jackpot, $49,000 for the Derby City 6. And these pick fives, again, the early pick five today, Maggie, paid over $18,000. If the 1 doesn't win this race, it's going to pay in the teens again.
Nice payouts there today at Churchill Downs, as we've just kind of seen not any bombs per se, Richie, but we've seen just some bigger priced horses getting the job done there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about trips. One thing I've been noticing there is like horses that are getting the right kind of trips. If they're one of the contenders, they're getting it done.
Well, here is a contender, and as you were pointing out, one of the likely speed horses. This is Cammy Cat, 2 back on September 16th, finishing second here, beaten by Love of My Life.
Yeah, and, again, showing high speed. This horse is going to be forward again. You have to think this horse should be a part of the pace. Gerardo Corrales gets back aboard, who was back on board for the effort 2 back.
Look, if she can get brave out there on the front end, great. I mean, she could easily win this spot, but she has been in for the 50 before, which was that race, and has yet to get the job done. She's won that 6 starts, 3 seconds. And you would have to think that she does get a little bit of pressure from Penitence Rose. But let's talk a little bit about, how do you say number 4's name?
Puglia.
Puglia.
A region in Italy.
Thank you. I'm clearly not.
G silent. Just like my name,
Puglia.
every Migliore, it's
Yeah.
Migliore.
Sounds way better than when you say it. I'm not even going to try. But Tyler, how do you say Gaffalione?
Well, Gaffalione.
There we go. Going into the Breeders' Cup weekend, Tyler was 0 for 25, including the first Breeders' Cup race that he rode on Friday. But second one out of the box, gets the job done here on Wonder Wheel. Just a really, really good ride and a really good performance by her, because I know the biggest question mark was, is she a filly that needs the lead? I mean, that's how she won her previous race in the Alcibiades, but she showed a new dimension, and it was really cool to see, because Wonder Wheel, her Wonder Gal, her dam, was 3rd in this race back in 2014 for my good friend Leah Giramati.
Yeah, and I like the fact that this filly was able to do it using different tactics, coming from off the pace. So professional, taking that kickback. What a ride that Tyler put on here, too, to negotiate traffic, tip out to the clear. And you saw how happy he was to kind of get that Breeders' Cup monkey off his back.
He took this big sigh. You could see he's like, I'm just going to take in this moment, because I've envisioned myself here plenty of times, but he wouldn't have to wait long to get there again, as Caravel, she was the biggest upset on the Breeders' Cup weekend. We saw the heavy favorite Golden Pal miss the break, as he has shown to do in the past, and he took them gate to wire here.
Yeah, I mean, she was very, very good. This was a mare 2 summers ago when she won in Saratoga. Everybody, like, I was thinking, well, she's serious talent. She's just going to go right on. And then things kind of went awry for her.
She's a funny horse in that she's traded hands, a bit. She went from her original owner, breeder, trainer, Lizzie Merriman, to Grand Motion, and now with Brad Cox. And she's a horse who kind of wears how she's doing on her sleeve, as I like to say. Mm-hmm. And Meg, when I walked into the paddock, when I stood outside the paddock for that Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, she had literally never looked better, and she saved my weekend a little bit from a wagering perspective. But yeah, and I also reading Dave Grenning's article that she could throw her name into the ring for champion female sprinter.
Absolutely. No, it's not limited to one surface.
But yeah.
Yeah, but I like that way of thinking. Horses shouldn't be punished for not running on surfaces other people think they should run on.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting prospect, as Travis Stone has the call of today's finale from Churchill.
They are in the gate. And they're off. Cammy Cat comes out running with Charlie Rude. Those two fastest out of there. Penitence Rose from the outside and Please Be Kind from the rail. They come on to be third and fourth early. So down the back stretch they go. And it's Cammy Cat out there showing the way. Charlie Rude chasing from second. Please Be Kind toward the rail. Third. Penitence Rose is racing up into fourth. Rolliston's on the move down inside from fifth. Pulia's right there. Two North is sixth. Magic Palace 3 lengths farther back in seventh. Somebody Loves Me is eighth by 4. Playful Kitten is all the way back in ninth as the field hits the far turn run. Strung out field behind a quarter, 21 and 4. Charlie Rude cranks up the pressure on Cammy Cat. And Please Be Kind angles to their outside from third. These three go by the quarter pole. Charlie Rude's in front, top of the stretch. Cammy Cat fights on toward the rail. Please Be Kind's coming with a run now, heading for the mid-stretch marker. Charlie Rude roused to a 2-length lead. Please Be Kind finishing with interest, but is second down to the final 16th, and Charlie Rude continues to run on strong. Charlie Rude by 3 now. Please Be Kind will chase Charlie Rude home. Please Be Kind second. Cammy Cat third. Rolliston fourth. Penitence Rose was fifth.
Charlie Rude off the layoff and first time on the dirt. Did all the running today as, her Dam Biofuel was a multiple grade 1 placed runner on dirt. And though all the rest of the family was turf, but she took to it quite kindly here for Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, I mean, she wound up being your second choice. Your favorite was Please Be Kind, who ran second. And I didn't want her trying the dirt for the first time at a short price. Couldn't have been more wrong. Charlie Rude was very good. And how about that exacta, huh? Charlie Rude over Please Be Kind. I prefer to Please Be Kind.
Yeah, I was kind of rooting for her down the lane a little bit. But yeah, Please Be Kind has to settle for another second. That is her third one out of 11 starts. But more to come here on the show as we will get back into some juvenile races. Cave Rock was all the rage going in. He wasn't the rage coming out. His forte, he bested him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. We'll check in with that race here on America's Day at the Races after this break.
And obligatory goes by the ball.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. The finale at Churchill went to Charlie Roode over Please Be Kind. I mean, you couldn't ask for any more poetic justice than that exacta.
Now, why does it always seem like Roode wins out over Kind?
I know. What is that,
No,
though?
but Charlie Roode obviously took to the dirt, ran very well. Good job by Mike McCarthy. Florent Giroux gets it done. And, you know, I mean, this was a powerful performance. Really nice run from this daughter of Cairo Prince. I can't get over at Churchill Downs, Maggie. The value is in the exactas. You've got Charlie Roode, second choice over the one, Please Be Kind, your favorite. And the exacta comes back $33 for $2.
Yeah, I agree with you. Playing the exactas is the way to go. And as Paul was saying, got some good payouts from the early pick 5. This one for $2 was $41,000. So, yeah, nice payouts over at Churchill today. They pay well to their horsemen. They also pay well to their gamblers. As we have one more race to bring you. It is the 7th race from Horseshoe Indy, going the 6 furlongs, and an interesting sprint here for this optional allowance. As we kick things off with Wayland Springs, he was a horse that an Arkansas bred that went on a bit of a torrid streak, winning the Bachelor. It's just, can he win outside of Oaklawn Park?
It'll be interesting from John Ed Anthony's short-leaf stable. He was good over the winter.
Unpredictable Bay just ran on November 2nd. He went by. There's Coppola, number 3.
Coppola, gotta like the name, son of Into Mischief. Started his career 2 for 2 before getting beat at Keeneland last time.
How about this name? Like a salt shaker.
I don't know what that means, but
You never heard this song? Shake it like a salt shaker.
No, no, I'm sorry.
No, it wouldn't be a show if I didn't break out into some sort of song. Number 5, Tap It Spirit, big price at 5-1. There's another big price, Polar Wind. Though, I mean, not terrible numbers heading in here.
No, I mean, you know, it's interesting how this board's playing out at 24-1 there.
Trash Talking Yankee. I feel like he's been on our show all the time. Even though he's not in New York, he's always on our show.
I guess I could be accused of that.
There's one wearing a run-out blinker at number 8, Mo Gotcha.
Yeah, Mo Gotcha turning back in distance has been showing speed going longer. How's that going to translate here?
As if you want to play this race along with any others that you find here on our program, make sure you do so with a Naira Bets account. All new members get the deposit match bonus of $200. Make sure you use promo code MATCH200 when signing up at NairaBets.com. Well, we have recapped most of the Breeders' Cup races, but let's take a look at the feature, so to speak, on Friday. That's a Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Todd Pletcher, he was sending in Forte, who was coming in off of a win here, Mig, in this, on this racetrack in the Breeders' Futurity. He had won 3 of his 4 career starts, but Cave Rock was all the rage given the fact that he was 3 for 3 with 2 triple-digit buyer speed figures. And he looked to be the speed, but he had some company up front.
Yeah, that's the problem with a speed horse here. You can fall victim to another horse wanting the lead. Now, the horse was inside him, but it kind of kept him keen. One thing I noticed, and I kind of noticed it in some of Cave Rock's works, late getting onto his right lead, almost looked a little bit discombobulated here. Gets himself a little bit sideways while Forte's making that big run. And Forte having the experience over the track, winning the Breeders' Futurity and the 2-turn experience there at Keeneland. You see what I mean? Now you can see late, finally Cave Rock gets over his right lead, but the race is essentially over.
Yeah.
And he didn't even do that smooth. Obviously a horse with a ton of ability, but just going to have to kind of put it all together. But let's take nothing away. Forte is very good, and he's professional, more professional now. I think with racing he's gotten better and matured a lot mentally. And I like the fact that he'll take the kickback. He's got the right kind of style.
You can just see the professionalism versus the 2 horses, where Forte has this arrow straight, fluent stride. He also looks to be a bit bigger than Cave Rock, and just hinted from the get-go that he was a horse that was really going to appreciate getting more ground. Son of Violence out of the Blame Mare Queen Caroline, remember her, and he just had more racing experience. It's kind of like, as you were mentioning, with Cave Rock, he kind of reminds you of a Taba or even a Life is Good, but just a little more earlier on in his career.
Yeah, and just this horse has more seasoning. He's shown a professional side to him. The right kind of style, too. You know, you're not going to fall victim to some horse that just broke his maiden going 6 furlongs that has fast, that's going to keep you kind of riled up and keen. And, you know, I know there's been debate about how you say the horse's name. Todd Pletcher says Forte, Vinny Viola and Mike Rapoli say Forte. Now, it might be an emphasis from 2 Italian gentlemen. I'm going with Forte.
It's Forte.
Forte.
It's Forte.
Okay.
As it's your forte to be able to do that, as we have some extra excitement over at Horseshoe Indy. Where's this dude going? Is he sitting in like a chair?
Yeah, I was doing that on Tuesday.
No wonder you're so sore.
Who does this?
What? I just want to know what he's sitting in what looks to be a chair. Where the heck did he come from?
Oz. You are in Indiana.
Take me back to Kansas. Oh, they're in the gate here for today's 7th race at Horseshoe Indy. 5-2 on Wayland Springs. We'll see if he can overcome the layoff and get back to his very good races, including winning the Bachelor Stakes with a 95 in late April. The Arkansas bred looking to get back on track for John Ortiz as we wow. I almost blanked on Brian's last name for a second. Brian Aragoni, who is calling the races. Jimmy McNerney will be back in the booth next week, but we throw it out to Brian for one last time here on America's Day at the Races.
They're off. Wheeling Springs a half step slow off that layoff, but it is a contested speed early on as Coppola looks for that lead, but like a salt shaker, going to go with that one, and as is Trash Talking Yankee, and Mo Gotcha on the outside. Wheeling Springs comes up after that, along with Unpredictable Bay, as well as Polar Wind, who's going to bide his time and try and pass them all in the lane. But Tappet Spirit at 7-5 goes through 22.2 opening fractions as Coppola needs to check out of it. Coppola checking down tightly on the rail. Mo Gotcha tracking Tappet Spirit up front. Then comes Like a Salt Shaker off the layoff in hand for Patricia's Hope. Trash Talking Yankee looking to get into this one along with Polar Wind as Joe Ramos yet to ask Polar Wind for run. Unpredictable Bay swings out wide and nothing from Wheeling Springs. Wheeling Springs not involved today as Like a Salt Shaker looking to attack Tappet Spirit. Like a Salt Shaker goes right on by Tappet Spirit. Polar Wind trying to get into the exacta, but Like a Salt Shaker well prepared by Larry Ravelli off the layoff. No problem as Salt Shaker gets the money.
As our director, Mitch Levitas, just said in my ear, like Polaroid picture, like a salt shaker, shaking like a salt shaker, as he gets the win here off the back of what was a bit of a trouble trip down at Colonial last time. Had to wait for room, but this Son of Peace and Justice, the PA bred, gets the job done here. No show performance from your favorite Wayland Springs, and Tappet Spirit had to settle for second after setting the pace.
Fade a little late, but Like a Salt Shaker was seasoned well for this.
There it goes. Slide it in. Make with the well-timed puns as a retirement for Flightline, your Breeders' Cup Classic winner. I'm sure all connections a little bittersweet to see him go, but looking forward to seeing him in the breeder shed.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year,
is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
As they come toward the top of the stretch, Artie Schiller's in behind horses. Whipper's there. Limehouse on the outside. Gorilla in behind horses. Luada, Sanamo, and Ad Valorum. Nip and tuck. Artie Schiller right behind him. Gorilla trying to come through on the inside. Singletary is there. Limehouse. Major's Cast coming hard on the far outside. Host coming through on the rail, but was stymied. The final 16th. Luada, Sanamo. Artie Schiller's right on top of him, and Artie Schiller's in front. Gorilla comes up the inside, and Whipper. Artie Schiller won.
Artie Schiller. It's a little bit of a bittersweet viewpoint watching him win here, as Mig, you were his regular rider, but unfortunately could not ride him in this 2005 Breeders' Cup Mile.
Yeah, unfortunately, I broke my leg about a week before the Breeders' Cup, and I will say this, though. Could not have been happier for the horse, Jimmy Jerkins, and the connections, the ownership group.
Chiefswood Stable, right?
Well, it was the Entenmans and the Walshes.
Oh, that's right. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
I
and
got my colors confused.
No, and just honestly, I love the horse. I had been getting on him since he was a 2-year-old. I had a lot of nice experiences with him, and that was his trip, Maggie. He loved to be covered up, and then when he would find daylight, he could give you 3/16 of a mile like nobody's business. He really was a good horse, and Jimmy Jerkins did an outstanding job with him. But yeah, it would have been nice to have been on him that day, but I really was happy for everybody involved. And I tried not to feel sorry for myself.
I know, it's tough. It's always a tough pill to swallow when you want to be on their backs, but outstanding circumstances. And Artie Schiller, near and dear to my heart, is he's sire of my boy, 91 Assault. And it's so funny because we've talked multiple times about how 90 liked to be ridden same exact way. Had to have cover, and then you produce him, and he has that run.
Yeah, he really liked being covered up, and then if he gotten real tight, he'd get mad.
Yeah.
And even if he like maybe caught a heel, he'd back off and then get madder. When he won the Woodlawn Bays at Pimlico on Preakness Day, he negotiated his way through trial, but he liked it. He liked being in the fight, the muck and mire.
Yep. It's so funny how they pass on those traits. But our featured race for this weekend was meant to be on Saturday, the Artie Schiller, but it has been moved to Sunday with the rain that is in the forecast for Friday. So just trying to give everybody a little bit more of a fair shot. We'll move it to Sunday along with the Winter Memories, also to be contested on the turf as well. So looking forward to previewing those races as well as running them on Sunday. As always, you can watch them here on America's Day at the Races. Like a Salt Shaker gets his win picture taken. Good thing they don't have Polaroids anymore. He doesn't have to shake the win picture. What? 8-1?
Wow. Big price there. Orlando Mojica aboard 1820. A bunch of Mojica brothers could ride.
Yeah.
Really, a bunch of good riders.
As Tappet Spirit, he looked to have things sewn up, but Shake It Like a Salt Shaker runs him down late in the game. Well, that will do it for live racing here on our show. It's been an absolute pleasure, but we'll take a look here at the Breeders' Cup winners from Friday. And just kind of mild upsets. Nobody that surprising. Meditate, was the only favorite to win.
That was a way too big a price on Mischief Magic, who blew the break and then got an outstanding ride from William Buick. Wonder Wheel was very good. Meditate Forte. And Victoria Road, terrific ride from Ryan Moore, and he just held off a Godolphin runner, William Buick. Otherwise, a nose from winning another one.
I know, crazy. As we'll take a look here at the Breeders' Cup Saturday wins with that payout of Caravel, $87. And then, obviously, Flightline being the shortest price on the entire weekend to win.
Yeah, Flightline, just a procession, fun to watch. Makes us remember why we fell in love with this game when we were just little kids, and just proud to be a part of it and know that a horse can bring me back to that feeling.
Now, as you mentioned, that feeling, what was your favorite performance of the weekend besides Flightline?
Well, for me, it was Malathat, because she just shows up and finds a way to get it done, and seemingly from a position that you just didn't quite sure, could she get there from there, and she did. She dropped her head, dug in, and I say it often. I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking, and she embodies that. And just a terrific three-way finish, just a thrilling race, and I'm glad Malathat was able to go out a winner.
Wow, they were so close from being completely in sync in their stride too, in that slow motion. But you're right, this was by far the most exciting as far as close finishes come of the weekend, and I do love Malathat. My love for her is just as much as yours too. So John Velazquez in the irons, two Hall of Famers teaming up. Todd Pletcher getting the win. He won 2 on the weekend.
Yeah, he won 2 on the weekend, and it was reminiscent for me of when Johnny Velazquez won the Breeders' Cup distaff with a Shadow for Todd at Lone Star. And they also won with Speightstown that day, and it was kind of really the beginning of their emergence of dominant forces and as trainers and jockeys, and the fact that here they are so many years later still teaming up to win these kind of races together speaks a lot about their affinity for each other and their loyalty to each other.
John Velazquez with, I believe, 18 Breeders' Cup wins. As Meg, you were comparing. You brought in a Shadows and Malathat's PPs,
yep.
And you made the argument that Malathat could be better. I admittedly countered and said, I feel like they're almost the same. And I gave a Shadow a nod because she did win the Breeders' Cup distaff as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, she did win it as a 3-year-old. But, then I can counter with Malathat winning the Alabama, where a Shadow, didn't have it as, success there in the Alabama. She was 3rd that year.
Yeah.
I think they have very similar kind of form. Malathat has run less, 14 times as opposed to 21 times. 7 grade ones for a Shadow, 6 for Malathat. A Shadow's in the Hall of Fame. I think Malathat's got probably a pretty good crack at being enshrined there as well.
Absolutely. She has dazzled us. She will be retired, though, and looking forward to seeing her babies on the track. We want to thank all of you for tuning in today to America's Day at the Races. You can catch us tomorrow from 12 to 5:30. Make sure you check your local listings. And our collector's little brother, Legionnaire, same connections. He got the win in the featured allowance race from Churchill and Flightline. Thank you. Thank you for all of your performances. Though brief on the racetrack, they were absolutely races of a lifetime. And for that, we salute you. Thanks again for tuning in to this edition of America's Day at the Races.